Hi, everyone. Welcome to the second day of Somerville Open Studios. Today, we're going to be only doing virtual through BoothCentral. You can get to BoothCentral by clicking on our website. Um, Aram, could you share the website in the chat? And I wanted to say that in our chat, please give us questions, feedback. We'd love to hear from you guys. And I'm about to tell you share like a list of who we're live streaming today. It's in order, but it might change. If you're interested in a certain artist, just let me know, and I can let you know around what time they'll be going live. Right now, I'm going to share again the YouTube videos, and then at 12:30, that's when we should be going live with the interviews. So, one moment.
Hi, my name is Adam Atkinson. This weekend is Open Studios here in Somerville, and I will be in my studio here. Um, I'll be painting, I'll be creating illusion, and I'll be performing acts of prestidigitation, whereby I no, that's magic. Okay. All right. Well, I won't be performing magic, but I will be painting. I'll be painting 6 hours a day, both Saturday and Sunday. I will be here in my studio, so come by, stop, say hi, ask questions. You can see my different techniques and how I work. Yeah, feel free, and maybe I'll learn some magic before Saturday, and even maybe see me pull a rabbit out of a hat. No, can't do that. Okay, well, we'll see. See you on Saturday. Bye.
Hi, I'm Allison Sebastian. I'm a painter and sewist working out of my home studio in Somerville, Massachusetts. I've been painting for over a decade, and in college I focused on book cover illustration. For the last 7 years, I've explored painting more expressively using vibrant colors, abstract forms, and larger canvases. I enjoy the process of mixing paint colors. Looking at bright colors often elevates my mood, and flowing shapes feel soothing. I'm pleased when I create images that are engaging to look at over and over. One of my most recent paintings is an octopus floating underwater. After exploring abstract paintings for several years, I'm going back to my roots in illustration with depictions of playful creatures. The octopus floats before the viewer as if curious. The exaggerated purple of the octopus's skin creates a pleasing contrast with the muted greens of the background. When I'm not painting, I'm frequently sewing. For the last 5 years, I've been focused on sewing unique clothing for myself and my friends. I've always loved dressing up in costumes, and my motive for sewing my own clothes is rooted in a desire to create wearable items that I can't buy in a store or fit me better. I enjoy the puzzle of drafting patterns for custom garments. My clothing aimed to be bold, durable, and comfortable. I've sewn fun tops and pants to wear at summer festivals and club nights, one of a kind patchwork sweaters to cozy up around a campfire, and comfy everyday dresses. A particularly exciting sewing project has been a dress featuring custom printed fabric of my painting Flowing Growth. I find the fit and flare silhouette to be very flattering and have used several iterations to refine my favorite dress pattern. To make this dress a reality, I uploaded a high resolution photograph of my original painting to Spoonflower, and they printed the artwork onto the fabric. When cutting out the dress pieces, I lined up the bottom of the painting on the skirt, mirroring the pattern at the seams. And for the bodice, I lined up the seams so that the image would look as smooth as possible. In the works, I have several clothing items that I'm still refining, and my hope is to eventually offer more wearable items for sale. Thanks for visiting, and please.
Shole Regna. I am a multimedia artist. My Vernon Street in Somerville, where I've been creating, teaching, and running my art business for the past 31 years. My work includes sculpture, 2D work as painting, encaustic, monotypes, drawings, art there every due to pandemic. Things have shifted a lot. I did not work very much over the past year, but because of this isolation, um, I have been making small paintings, doodles that on a daily basis I've been posting them on my Instagram, Shole Regna _art. At scale such as these has helped me stay in a hopeful mindset. Um, I believe, especially in isolation. I make jewelry in different media, in porcelain, gold, and silver, in order to infuse them with some uh, pizzazz for some. And the birch ones, they are the birch jewelry. They are created using acrylic paint of creating paintings by um, painting on water is called Ebru. It's a ancient technique that is similar to printmaking, and so they are reversible. Sculptures are ceramic. They are hollow. You can the frames. They cheer up my space. You can put a message inside them and put it in there and make it a key.
Hey, hi, hello everyone. My name is Nathaniel Zaveri, and I'm an artist living here in Somerville, Massachusetts. And Somerville Open Studios, yes, it is back. Woo! May 1st and May 2nd. Now, May 1st, I'll be hosting my art at 1 second. But both days will also be virtual at BoothCentral, where you can pop in there. These are some glitter portraits I started doing this year. And resin, and I'm hoping the resin will help preserve. And it's just really fun because there's so many different types of glitter pieces in there. So fun. Come see it in person. And this one I am working on. I'm hoping to have finished, but we shall see. Because I also have this wedding arch commission that's due in 2 weeks. Woo! So I am working feverishly on it. It's supposed to look like a South Korean palace. So I'm getting to play with all these different patterns. It's been so much fun puzzling them together with architecture. Very excited for that. And here's some little sketches I've done to help push me forward. Here the colors are gonna look similar to this. Ooh, yeah. And this is a cutout I'll be hopefully using this summer. And this is a cutout from last summer from Puppies Are Forever. And I'm hoping to redo that again. So yes, please stop by and see all these things, hopefully. And I know you're dying to see the back of this jacket. Bum, 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 bum. Wow, wow. So yes, come see my art, see this jacket in person maybe. All right.
I'm Alex Pham, and I'm a collage artist. I haven't really considered myself a visual artist until more recently. I'm a musician, singer-songwriter, and that's always been my main creative endeavor and practice. Since the pandemic, though, I really wasn't feeling as creatively inspired musically in the beginning, and I really got into collaging. I had done some mixed media art before that, using twigs, leaves, and I've made some stop motion videos using natural elements. but I really started using recycled magazines more recently. It is really satisfying to cut up advertisements in magazines and use those to create something that is not targeted at selling a product. Most of my art represents nature. Some of it is kind of whimsical or fantasy-like in nature. I like fairies and that sort of thing. My visual art is very tied to my music, so I tend to have my instrument right nearby me and I'll play a little bit of music, do some songwriting, and then do a little bit of collaging and go back and forth. And I really like having that process of both of those things ongoing together. And right now I'm working on recording my second album, and I'm also working on a collage art exhibit that has one collage that goes with each song on the album. So stay tuned for that. If you want to stay in the loop about my music and my art and the upcoming album and exhibit, you can subscribe to my email list. You can do that on my website. You can also follow me on social media, on Facebook or Instagram at AlexFanMusic. Thanks so much for watching this video. You can check out some of my art here at Somerville Open Studios online, and listen to my music wherever you find your music to listen to. If you search for Alex Fan, you'll find my music. Have a great day.
Hello and greetings from HB Illustrations. My name is Heather Balchunas and welcome to my studio preview for this year's Somerville Open Studios 2021. I create my art at Vernon Street Artist Studios in Somerville, Mass. As an illustrator, I'm drawn to whimsical themes and inspired by the natural world. My current Colorful Critter series combines the mediums of watercolor and pen and ink. While drawing is my first love, I do like to branch out and explore other processes such as sculpture, murals, puppetry, and more. To find out more about my work, you can visit hbillustrations.com. Thank you so much for watching and hope to see you soon.
Hi everyone. I think I started my live stream a little bit before.
Hi, my name's Josephine Torralba. So my studio is here at the Mad Oyster, Pearl Street.
Sorry, one second.
In Somerville.
Okay, sorry. Let me start again. So again, today is the second day of Somerville Open Studios, and today is Booth Central, so it's all virtual, no in-person today. But do visit our Instagram account too, and you'll see pictures and things about yesterday, and our Facebook page and our YouTube page. And I just shared a link in the chat for who you can see today as far as which artists, and I'm about to try to share that on this live stream. One second. Or let me see. Maybe I'll just, yeah, just if you can, let me see. Yeah, one second, sorry. Let me pause this for 1 second and then I'll have the live stream list up. One second. Okay, so let me just share my other screen. 1 second. Okay, so let me see. So you should, yeah, you'll see. So yeah, first is Jim Babb, then it's Caroline Muscat, then it's Eric Bornstein, then it's Mary Jane Rothford, then it's Liz Lam Mancha, then it's Chris Gill, then it's Matt Carano. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Then it's Nathaniel. Sorry, let me get his name right. Sorry, I don't want to. I'll come back to that. But then it's Kolika. I'm probably saying that wrong. Sorry. Then it's Cholet. Then it's Aliza Arts. Then it's Emily Falasino. Then it's Nora. I will get her last name up there too. Then it's Kelvy Bird. Then it's Allison Dresner. Then it's Chi Yusunda. Catherine Carton. It should have been a space, 3 Graces. Catherine's with the Carton 3 Graces. And then it's I think she actually canceled. Sorry, I need to remove that. Then it's Josephine Tralba. Sorry, I'm sometimes bad at pronouncing things. Pat Iverson, and finally Katya Popova. Again, I'm going to try to edit this, but I'm not sure if I'm going to have time because things are on a very tight schedule. So the first person is starting at 12:30. If you put in the chat that you're interested in the time of a specific artist, we can try to figure out when I have an extra moment, I'll try to tell you exactly when that person is supposed to be coming. But like I said, it might be a little bit flexible. It might be, 15 minutes later or 15 minutes earlier. Just, it kind of depends. So I'm going to move us back to the videos, and then right at 12:30, we'll start the live videos. Hey everyone. So let me see. Just that we will be going live shortly. Um, I might try the video again. I heard that the sound wasn't working. Sorry about that. Okay.
Thanks very much. Hello, welcome to the Beads Without End virtual booth for Somerville Open Studios 2021. We are Beads Without End, a small women's co-op. I'm Catherine Black.
I'm Martha Forsyth.
I'm Pat Iverson.
And we make jewelry and other things, mostly using bead crochet and any other technique we feel like doing. We will be set up as a physical booth at 14 Gussie Terrace on Saturday and Sunday from noon to 6.
Weather permitting.
Weather permitting, indeed.
Yes, outside under a tent.
So we'd be happy if you can come by and give us a visit. So bead crochet, what is that?
So what is bead crochet? Well, you take your teeny tiny beads and you string them on a strong, non-rotting polyester thread till you have enough. And then you use your tiny crochet hook and crochet them into a fabric tube. This one is not long enough yet. You see it's pretty stretchy, but eventually it will stretch to go around my wrist. We've had people look at them and say, oh, they must all be for kids. Doesn't look very big, does it? Well, just goes on there without pushing. But if I push it, don't even have to push very hard till I get down to here. I can take it right off there. The stretch is all in the stitch in the fabric.
And the other thing, what people often don't realize when they look at a bracelet, it's like the cookie jar, it has to go over your hand. That actually goes around my wrist. Problem is getting over the hand. And because these are flexible and somewhat stretchy, it just rolls over the big part of your hand. And then let's say they don't all have to be the same size to be happy together. There's a range of what's big enough to go on without hurting and small enough not to fall off in ordinary living.
So we make mostly bracelets and earrings, but we also do necklaces. I make necklaces and earrings out of real coins. Martha makes hula hoops. Pat does traditional rug hooking. And we do a number of other things as we feel like it.
Yes, we make jewelry using beads other than seed beads. Wire work, metalworking techniques, anything that inspires us, or anything we want badly enough to make that we figure out how to do it.
We can also do custom work, design to your specs, your colors, and we do fixes, alterations. I can make your earrings clip because I don't have pierced ears. So again, we will be at 14 Gussie Terrace, noon to 6, both Saturday and Sunday. We'd love to see you. Thanks very much.
We'll also be manning the virtual booth.
So drop in. Thanks. Bye.
Hello. Today I'm going to show you how to carve a simple puppet head, in this case, a bird. We're going to be using floral foam, which is inexpensive and readily available at most craft stores. People use it for, well, displaying flowers. But we're going to use it as a carving medium, and we're going to use a standard, if old, hacksaw blade. Hacksaw blades are useful because, in this case, you really can't cut yourself. We begin with a couple of simple cuts, making two basic mountains. And then another cut underneath. You have to make sure you hold the piece firmly, and this is especially true with kids. But again, what's nice about a hacksaw blade is that neither yourself or your kids are going to cut yourself. And with just one tool, we can do it, but in fact, we can use another tool, our hands. The nice thing about floral foam is it's readily sandable with just your hands, and your hands don't even have to be that rough, as mine normally are. You can use your hand, most of your hand, just as you would a sanding block, taking off the rough edges. And what's nice again about floral foam is that since it's heavier than air, the pieces will fall to the work surface. Now, that's the top base of maybe a bird. Let's do the lower beak. Again, using a hacksaw, holding your piece firmly, take off one piece. And then another. Kind of a dipping eye. But again, the front end of a beak is kind of pointed. So 2 more cuts. Get you a leaning tower. And again, use your hands to just smooth off those rough edges. There we go. That begins to look like perhaps a toucan. Well, perhaps just a toucan in a cartoon. It's always at this point that I like to encourage kids to see beyond just what they're making and try to visualize the final product. Here it's nice too that you can use your fingernails to really cut into the material. It's very soft. And you can, at this point, do as much fine detail work as you want. It's always here that one begins to really see what the final thing is going to look like. Yeah, an upper and lower jaw. But if he's going to talk, he needs a place for a tongue. Both the lower palate and the upper palate. And it's always nice to knock off the residual dust every now and again. Looks good, but clearly is missing something, perhaps some nostrils. And again, here you can do as much detail as you want, but it's still missing something. In this case, eyes, definitely eyes. And here's where a standard ping pong ball is useful. Ping pong balls, of course, you can buy at any grocery store. And you could use the ping pong ball itself to really dig into the floral foam. Create a nice socket, and of course you want to do one on the other side. Symmetry with a puppet is important. And here's where a kid really begins to see what they're making. Put in a little thing. Let's see, and of course, what an eye needs is a pupil. And in this case, you can use a small wooden button. And suddenly an eye takes shape. And this is when a kid really knows that they've made something.
Hi, everyone. So next we will have Caroline Muscat, and I'll just be doing a little interview with her. Hi, Caroline.
Hello. Hello there.
Great. Hi. Can you just give us like an overview of what you do with your art and your art studio?
Sure. Muscat Studios is a fine art printmaking studio where I do my work, but I also collaborate with artists from all over who want to produce original prints. It's kind of like sculptors. Not every sculptor has a foundry in their backyard. And so they go somewhere that has all the equipment and materials necessary and everything like that. And I'm like that for printmaking. And I've got lots of presses and stones, and we specialize in lithography with a little bit of relief and some monotype. But litho is pretty much the ruling media here, which is a fine art media. And this weekend I have a lot of my work out. I also have some work out by other artists that I've collaborated with. But I do, my work tends to be focused on a lot of nature-based things, either from very representational to abstract, depending on whether you're looking at it from a distance or close up. And it often has to do with a sense of place. Where are you? Where your history has been, where things are. I'm going to do a little walk around the studio. Let me know if for some reason this fades out. But over here we have a litho and then a large woodcut. And we have a small gallery up front where we have rotating exhibitions.
So is this, Caroline, is this your work?
These are my pieces, yes.
Okay.
This is a lithograph, and it's based on the wake after a boat. And I have several other pieces in color also based on that, which when you think about it is kind of like the disappearing footprint of where the boat's been, right? And I have such a love of walking around and looking about my space and where am I, whether it's local or when I've been in other locations on my travels. So it's about kind of noticing what's around, whether I'm looking up or looking down or behind me or ahead of me. It's all about these different kind of approaches to different places. These are also my pieces. I'm going to hold up the glares a little bit. These are based on really looking at the pattern and listening to sound. This one is called Oxidation, and this one is called The Sound of Rain. And it was about really paying attention to sound and surface from a trip and a residency I'd done overseas in Malaysia. And then when I'd come back, honestly, I was walking around Somerville and it started to rain, and I just was noticing the patternings and the sound of it on the sidewalks in Somerville. And it just reminded me of when I'd been in Malaysia with the sound and the rain. And so these evolved from that, and I have a whole series of those, which are more abstract, except for me, they're actually very, very literal. So different things, different things. The studio's been here in Somerville for 20 years.
Wow.
I've been at this location. I'm at 193 Cedar Street on between Highland and Broadway. And we expanded into the garage part of the studio. So there's plenty of room for people to come and look through work and come in the studio and take a look at what we do and the equipment and everything. But I started the business down in the South End, and that was actually almost 27 years ago. So I've been in business, Muscat Studios, for 27 years now.
Wow. And have you been participating in Somerville Open Studios for a long time too?
Yep, since I moved here. My very first open studio was when I lived in San Francisco, and I held it in the lobby of the apartment building I lived in. And that's back when open studios were just starting to be done in cities and neighborhoods, right? And so I did that. So when we relocated to the Boston area and people were doing open studios, yes, I signed up. I think it's a great way for people to see space and see what artists do and how things are made. And I've been a participant in Somerville's Open Studios every year since I've moved here. And it's great, especially since my primary medium is printmaking and lithography. And a lot of people are not really familiar with printmaking and especially with lithography. And there's no reason you would be unless you happen to know someone who has worked in it or done it. And so it's wonderful to be able to share that and have people come in and take a look and ask questions and learn. How else are you going to know? Right?
Right.
How else are you going to know?
Right.
So
sorry, there's like a little bit of an echo. 1 second.
Whoop.
Let me see. Okay. So what's the main theme of or what's like a theme that you've been working on lately?
Lately, it really has varied. I'm still dealing with kind of a sense of space and place, but also kind of how you define that as your personal space or in a broader sense, whether it's a sense of home or a sense of shelter. And part of it is I'm very slow with my work. It takes me a while to get things done. So I'm going to come up here, a couple of pieces where this one I finished after Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away, and the idea of there will be 9 and the future and thinking ahead. I mean, we've all been dealing so much with this past year with rethinking where we are, how we are, what we want to deal with. And yet other pieces are dealing with either kind of here, which is rain, but it's also about kind of looking down, but also changing the perspective and this idea of sense. And then I've got roots, where they're hanging onto this wall, and it's just really that sense of perseverance, right? And holding tight to what we have. And then we have a couple of smaller ones. This is an older piece, but I tend to revisit. And so it kind of circles around and comes back. And then we have another piece with the roots again, kind of hanging onto this wall. And it shows, I don't know, commitment and surviving and things evolving into different ways of how we think of these things. So those have been some of the things. This one, again, the glare. Oh, it's hard with the video. But this is called Overgrowth, and that is a relief print. And that is, again, just kind of looking down at the ground. But there are fingerprints kind of worked into it and things because it's about our place and our sense of where we are.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
So when people can see this work, can they only see it if they go to your studio, or do you have a website?
I do have a website, and of course, like every other artist out there, I am behind on updating it, but there's other work on the website. You can take a look. I have 2. There's muscatstudios.com, and that's for the studio work. And then there is also carolynmuscat.com, and that has my personal work on it. So you can take a look at either or both.
Yeah, and the nice thing with BoothCentral is you could go talk to Caroline later today, right? You'll be in your booth today?
We're here all day. My husband's going to be manning the computer. And so, but if you have a question, he's the charming one. If you have a question, he'll bring the computer in, into the studio. He's hanging in the garage to help keep an eye and answer questions.
Okay.
And I can answer questions to anyone or show people things. And yeah, or you can stop by. It's up to you. It's a gorgeous day out.
Okay, one last question, like a kind of a fun question. If you could be if you could have a art exhibit anywhere in the world or anywhere in the US, where would it be and what would it be about?
Oh my gosh, I have a weakness. I've been fortunate enough to have done several visits to Vietnam, and Hanoi is a favorite place, and I have quite a few friends there, and I keeps throughout this pandemic have been sending them love. And I have been fortunate to be part of a group show and a solo show in Hanoi. And honestly, I would love to go back. I miss everybody. And so I would love to have another residency there and have an exhibition and hang with my friends and eat pho and, make art.
That sounds very, very nice. Hopefully in the near future.
We're going to see. It might
Yeah.
take a little longer, but
Well, yeah,
I think everyone's going to be reaching out and connecting in different ways moving forward, in addition to eventually getting back to in person. We're getting there. We are getting there.
Yeah. Well, it's been a pleasure, and thank you so much for talking to us, and good luck with your BoothCentral today. And I hope lots of people come visit.
Thank you, and you all have a great time too.
Okay.
All righty.
Hi, everyone. So then next live, we will have Eric Bornstein, or Bornstein, sorry. And he's supposed to be coming, right around 1. So he might come a little bit early, and I'll let him in early if he comes in early. Otherwise, I'm going to, again, share the videos, but I just need to set that up. 1 second.
That preserving forests was important to remove carbon from the atmosphere. So I teamed up with other teens to raise money to contribute to the worldwide fundraising effort among children and teens of 44 countries that led to the creation of the Children's Eternal Rainforest Preserve in Costa Rica. To this day, it is the largest private reserve of rainforest in Costa Rica, maintained by the nonprofit Monteverde Conservation League. Because of that early experience, I learned respect for the delicate balance of Earth's life-sustaining ecosystems. Fast forward 25 years. As an artist, I create artworks that explore the relationship between humans and the natural world. I'm Ivana Damian George, interdisciplinary artist, and I believe that art has the power to raise awareness and connect to people's hearts in a way that can inspire change. Do you agree with that philosophy?
My name is Jason Pollins. I am a fine arts painter, and I also teach painting and drawing out of my studio at Joy Street Studios. I also enjoy using Instagram a lot to promote my work. So some of these small videos that you see are attempts at me trying to share my experience of creating something with the public and giving them an idea of what I do and behind the scenes of what I do. I like to show a little bit of process through the videos that I create for Instagram, as well as for my students who can see process develop in a series of educational videos. I paint because I'm driven by the beauty of nature and our world that we've created as humans on it. I look for narrative and metaphor in the subjects that I choose, whether they be people, places, still lives, you name it. I love to use oil paint, charcoal, and graphite predominantly to create the works that I produce. And I also enjoy things like pen, gouache, some watercolor, clay, plasticine. I sometimes do sculpt as well as paint and draw. This year for Open Studios, I will be participating virtually, which means that you will be able to tune in and observe my studio in action. On Saturday morning and afternoon, I will be streaming some of my classes that occur, which means that you will observe students working and me talking to students, and even me demonstrating some drawing or painting technique. So please tune in, check it out, and get in touch.
Hello and greetings from HB Illustrations. My name is Heather Balchunas and welcome to my studio preview for this year's Somerville Open Studios 2021. I create my art at Vernon Street Artist Studios in Somerville, Mass. As an illustrator, I'm drawn to whimsical themes and inspired by the natural world. My current Colorful Critter series combines the mediums of watercolor and pen and ink. While drawing is my first love, I do like to branch out and explore other processes such as sculpture, murals, puppetry, and more. To find out more about my work, you can visit hbillustrations.com. Thank you so much for watching and hope to see you soon.
Hello, everybody. My name is Adam LaFay. I'm a painter working out of the historic Brick Bottom Artist Building located just outside of Union Square in Somerville. Thank you for coming today to check out my work at this year's Somerville Open Studios. I paint whatever I like. So I do landscapes, cityscapes, oceanscapes. I do boats, flowers, pretty houses, trucks, fruit, crystals, candy, junk food, junk, strip malls, meat, ugly houses, tractors, bodegas, bread, seashells, donuts, my recycling, my junk food, my leftovers, my tuna fish, my peanut butter and jelly sandwich, my fluffernutter sandwich, my pie, my dirty laundry, my dirty dishes, and sometimes my work is about memory and nostalgia and creating a sense of place, especially my landscapes. Sometimes it's about the seduction and distraction of packaging and shiny things. And oftentimes it's simply a record or a diary or a little postcard of a place that I have visited. I'm always trying to find the stuff that is beautiful and interesting in whatever I'm painting. You know, even if the subject isn't a conventionally pretty object. You know, there's a certain beautiful stillness in an old abandoned house, or how the light reflects off of a crumpled up old tin can. That's what I'm always trying to show the viewer. I paint primarily from life. In the studio, I set up my objects and I paint them right here at my easel. And my landscapes are mostly painted plein air, which means that I set up on site and paint what's right in front of me. Yes, most of my paintings are for sale. Please reach out to me via my contact page and we can chat about the details. You can follow me on Instagram for my most up-to-date work, and you can check out my website at adamsartwork.me. That's all the time that I've got for today. Thank you for coming to Open Studios. I hope you enjoy the rest of your visit to the other artists, and I hope you enjoy my work.
Hi, I'm Steve Pomeroy. I'm an engineer and artist based in Somerville, Massachusetts. I work with a bunch of different mediums, but you could probably categorize most of my works as sculpture. I often incorporate digital electronics and use computer-controlled fabrication techniques such as laser cutting and 3D printing. I'm really excited about making art that's interactive, or that's dynamic in time. One of the ways I've been exploring this is by working with light using LEDs and lasers. Light's an amazing medium that's both highly technical and also so fundamentally tied to visual art. When you're working with light, you're directly creating the photons that people see. It's elemental. It also lets you create works that can change appearance dynamically. One of my most recent works is a firefly nightlight. My nightlights work much like any other nightlights would, except that I made it exactly the way I've always wanted. You can control the brightness and color of its light. It's got a high quality motion detector, and it only turns on when it's dark. It's also battery powered and lasts over a year on normal AA batteries, so you can put it pretty much anywhere. The nightlight exists in a somewhat niche space where it's both functional and a decorative artwork. I've been calling this bespoke electronics, handmade one-of-a-kind objects that also help out a little around the house. I also created a small product line of pins and earrings with designs that are intended to bring delight to those who wear and see them. I've brought some of my favorite icons of the digital world into the physical world. In the works, I've got an ambitious interactive project that combines lasers, music, and eventually fire. By adjusting mirrors around the perimeter of the piece, participants can direct laser beams to hit light-reactive targets, which trigger drum sounds. This lets participants collaboratively create drum patterns. A couple of the targets will also trigger fireballs, of course, at least for places where it's possible to shoot fireballs in the air. Hopefully I'll be able to get all the details of this project finished up soon so that people can play with lasers, fire, and make weird drum beats together. I'm really excited to share my projects with you. Thanks for stopping by. Please don't hesitate to ask any questions about my works or process.
Hi, I'm Thea Paneth. Welcome to my studio at 57 Central Street in Somerville. In all my artwork, I'm interested in what paint has to say. Each painting is an experiment of what I see or comes from the annals of memory. An energy runs down my arm to the brush or palette knife and emerges on a canvas. I paint winter trees each winter, just a few, maybe 3 or 4. These are atmospheric works, often with a light wash of color in the background, juxtaposed with the delicate lines of the tree. Abstraction has seemed beyond my reach in the past, but I feel I'm growing into it, and I'm doing that working primarily with blocks of color that transform the blank canvas into a space that becomes itself and holds its own. Birds have been a part of my visual vocabulary since I started painting more than 40 years ago. I have seen them as emotional states and recently have been painting birds in motion with a limited palette and with line as a central element of the work. This work is called Dragon Flanders. It came about because I wanted a canvas with red as the central color. I based it loosely on Monet's Poppy Field painting. I have a postcard of that. And my mind then traveled to the poem In Flanders Fields, the Poppies Grow. And suddenly a dragon emerged to represent the scourge of war.
Hi, I've been a member of Mix It Print Studio for years and years and years. In past years, I have done a bunch of etchings and woodcuts and other things based on kidney failure, which is something I've been dealing with for several years. And just over a year ago, I got a phone call that a kidney was available for me. So I went over to Mass General and I got my kidney transplant. Back to normal.
Hi, everyone. So next we're going to have Josephine, and then we will have Eric. Josephine, are you around? Okay, she is around. Okay, I'm going to add her 1 second. Here we go. Hi, Josephine. So
Hi,
please
Joey.
introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your studio and where you are in Somerville.
So I'm Josephine Turalba, and my studio is at the Mad Oyster at Pearl Street. I'm at the ground floor, basement.
Oh, okay, great. And how long have you been there?
I've been here only since last year, but then it's COVID, so I moved in and I didn't see anyone. I mean, hardly. I mean, everybody
But
behind
you were still
masks.
allowed. You were still allowed to go to the studio.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes. But hardly saw anyone because we were just working on our own. Yeah. So this is my first time to join the Open Studios. I was supposed to join last year and then it was canceled. So this is the first time.
Okay.
Yeah. It's nice to be here.
Oh yeah, it's nice to have you. Can you tell us a little bit about the works behind you and everything?
Yeah. So my works are really mostly socio-politically focused, or it starts from there at least. But these works are, this is a mixed media wall bound made out of flattened, empty shotgun shells.
Wow. How do you get those? How do you even find those?
Well, here in the US, it's free. You just go to the shooting range.
Oh, wow.
And but originally, I'm from the Philippines, so we also have this funny gun culture that's also similar to the US, but recently, for the past like 5 to 10 years, they've become very strict with gun. So I just pick up like these. They look like these originally, shotgun shells, and then I cut them up. I cut it and iron it flat, and then I rivet them together.
And what gave you this idea?
And then I mix it with leather as well. Well, like in 2006, actually I lost my father from 4 bullets.
Oh,
So
wow.
I mean, it came from there. It became part of my grief and recuperation, and I was processing my own fear with bullets. I mean, I was scared with bullets, and my way of working with it was a way of like neutralizing, I call it, the bullet.
Oh,
And
wow.
actually my psychological and emotional reaction to the material by, I guess, in the studio conquering it. So I also use them in sculptures, wearable sculptures. I mean, I wore them, and then I did performances in different cities around the
Oh,
world.
wow.
So
Oh, wow.
yeah, so these are my wall bound works with this material, and I extended it to leather.
Oh, that is neat.
Actually, it's also a lot about transformative work. I want us to transform the relationship to the bullet and violence to something constructive, right?
Wow. Yeah.
So
That's
I
cool.
have all that there behind, and this is like slippers.
Oh, wow.
Um,
So
I,
cool.
I had a, I had a, I had a project that was, I made like 40 types of slippers and sandals, and I called it Scandals. And then I exhibited it in Manila, in Istanbul, and in Venice. And it was, people could wear it and then walk with it on it. And then I installed a video that was beside, and it had images of in the 1930s in the Philippines of it was probably a documentation. I got it from the Ateneo Library back in Manila. When I did my research, they had glass negatives of Filipinos in the 30s taken by probably a foreigner, because it had this glaze, and that put they just look like anthropological images, probably documentation of how the people looked at that time. So I put those slippers on. I mean, photoshopped it on the images, and then so these images were flashing on a video screen next to the installation of all these slippers. Yeah.
Wow.
But anyway, so that was one project, and these are the ones, the works I have here in Somerville.
Oh, wow.
So these are mostly like wall bound works.
Wow.
So you see, this is like ostrich leather, and then again
Oh, wow.
that.
So how long does it take you to do one of them? Wow.
Well, it depends really. I would say the composition of anything for me is the one that takes long. But as soon as I have the image already placed, it's easy for production wise. I would say like about 3 to 4 weeks for something like this small.
Oh, that's neat. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And since I came to Somerville, actually I have 2 studios, so one in Manila and one in Somerville.
Oh,
So
okay.
I started getting into print. So this
those are beautiful.
This speaks a little bit about like migration.
Oh, wow. And do you sell those on a Etsy site or?
Actually, I haven't set up my Etsy site yet, but I will. But in the meantime, people could just email me for if they're interested. These are for sale, yes.
Yeah. And if you visit Josephine's BoothCentral site, I'm sure you can contact her there too. And
yes, my website is josephineturalba.art. Easy to remember. So yeah, so I started doing prints here. And this is like prints using the photopolymer
Oh, wow.
plates
Oh,
and colograph.
Oh, okay.
Again, photopolymer plate. I'm experimenting on that. This is like the ponies I took of in Iceland when I had a residency there, and this was in Cairo in the desert. And then I put I call these my humanoids. They're
Oh, wow.
they're the wildebeest that migrate. Because wildebeest migrate, so I made them into humans. I mean humanoid form.
Okay. Wow, that's neat. Yeah.
So yeah, just
Wow.
going on. And then during the COVID time,
Mm-hmm.
I just did like paints. I just some sketches, painting using acrylic, charcoal, and just oil.
Wow, that's really
Just
neat.
ruminations during the
Oh,
COVID
wow.
because I couldn't get out, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Again, this is the
Oh, that's neat. So you do some collage too.
yes,
Oh, okay.
collage for the works on paper.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, so far.
Okay. So one last question. I mean, it sounds
Yeah.
like you already do a lot of international art shows and travel, but
Yeah.
is there a place that you haven't gotten to go that you might, if you could go anywhere in the world, is there another place you'd like to do an art exhibit?
For art exhibit, I'd love to do one in London. I haven't really delved into the art world there. But for residency, I'd love to go to Patagonia. If there is one
For some
there.
reason your audio is a little bit hard to hear. Let me just repeat what I think you said. You said
Yeah.
that if you wait 1 second. You said you wanted to do a art exhibit in London, maybe?
Yes. And I said
Oh, okay.
for residency, perhaps somewhere isolated like Patagonia. Did you hear me?
Josephine, I'm sorry, but your
Okay.
audio is not behaving right now.
Okay. All right, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll catch up another time. But thanks so much for visiting BoothCentral, and good luck today. Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so next we'll have Eric Bornstein, and he's already waiting. So he just got in, and so I will bring him in. Hi, Eric. How are you?
Hi, Zoe. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Can you introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about your art and your studio and where you are in Somerville.
Sure. I'm Eric Bornstein from Behind the Mask Studio, and I'm located just outside of Davis Square on the bike path. So not far from where the movie theater is, on the Kingston Street side of the bike path. So near Mass Ave, on that side.
Oh, okay, great. Cool.
And
so is it
so-
it's just your home studio?
Yeah, so
Did you
it's
say?
Behind the
Sorry.
Mask Studio here, and I'll take you around a little bit at some point. I'm trying to get a little more charge on my phone here, and
Oh, yeah.
we've been I've been in business for 40 years. I was in Central Square for 25 years or so, and here in Davis Square for like 17 years. So we've been making masks for a long time, and somehow surviving in the city.
Okay, cool. And so have you participated in Somerville Open Studios before then?
Sure. Ever since I moved here, so for close to 17 years, and most years I participated. And of course, last year there was no event, and I think one year I was out of the country. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, and yeah, what kind of art do you do?
So I make masks, and so so the mask could be for theater, for dance, for cosplay, for festivals, for parades. But I really service a very diverse clientele. I did a Fulbright residency in Jamaica with the Jamaican government, building 5-foot high parade masks of the political heroes and cultural icons of Jamaica. I work with an Iranian rights group here in the United States, and
Eric,
made
I might suggest that you go inside. Oh, can you pause for a second? I might suggest that you go inside because I think maybe your internet connection isn't so great.
Oh, let me see. I have unlimited data.
Well, I don't know, but it keeps cutting out and like, you keep getting fuzzy and stuff.
Well, I am a little fuzzy. I did shave this morning, but I tend to be a little fuzzy. So I don't think it'll be any different indoors.
Oh, okay.
But I can shift around. We'll see how it goes. So
okay, sure,
so anyway, yeah, I make things for a bunch of people. I work for different video game companies too from time to time, making the masks that you see in video games like Epic Fortnite or Elder Scrolls or many of the other popular games, the Evil Within, so some creepy masks, lots of different clientele.
Great. Can you show us some of your work?
Sure. Let's see. It's a little awkward with this, with the phone, but here's some.
You know what? I can try to find your profile on the SOS site too, if that helps.
Yeah, that would be great. Let me just scan.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see.
I think we're having technical difficulties. Eric, is there any way you could switch to a computer instead of your phone?
Okay, I'll try that. Then we'll be at the mercy of my Wi-Fi. Let me see.
Okay, so I'm going to remove you for now and come back on your computer, okay? So we're going to just give Eric a chance to get on his computer because I'm going to kick him out of the studio for now, and he's going to come back on his computer. I'm going to look for his website. 1 second. Well, thanks for coming back.
There we go.
You're in your studio right now?
I am.
Inside? Yeah. Okay, great. Now, yeah, I can hear you a lot better. Thanks for trying something else.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so where were we? What do you want to know?
Do you want to maybe explain the mask in back of you?
Sure. Let's see. This is opposite. There's my finger. So the big one right there, that was from Shock-Headed Peter from Company One, the award-winning show here in Boston from 2016. I won an Ernie Award for the design and production of 13 beautiful masks and puppets. And that was one of the big ones at the end. And there were lots of them. I have outside, I have the little baby puppet, and there were I don't know if folks remember that show, but it was a lot of fun. Up above, let's see if I can, up, where is it? Where's my finger? There it is, up there. That is a vegigante. It's a traditional Puerto Rican mask that will be doing a photo shoot, and sometime soon, as soon as I finish building the costume. And I take a lot of inspiration from mask traditions from all over the world: African, Japanese, Puerto Rican, Mexican, Italian, all over the world. And I've developed my own approach, but I still am always inspired by mask traditions from many cultures. There's another one that's up there from way back, one I made in the early 90s. Let me get my finger working again. There it is. Where's my finger? There it is. So up there in the middle, that was a mask of gluttony from a production of Dr. Faustus from the Seven Deadly Sins. That was from a long time ago.
Is it Eric, is it the red one with the red hair? Is that the one you mean?
The red hair was Shock-Headed Peter. The one up in the upper corner, that's the Vegigante. The one in the middle under the spotlight is the Gluttony. And then to the left of that, the blue, like a butterfly. That was part of a set of butterfly masks that went with the giant Brother Blue mask to commemorate the life of Brother Blue, who died in 2008, commissioned through the.
Can you move your head a little bit, because we can't really see it?
Okay, I'm not important. But
no, I didn't mean that, but I just want to be able to see what, like that, the blue the mask right under the.
Oh yeah, and
the
then
butterfly. What's that one?
That was a Poseidon mask. We used that last in the Cambridge Mermaid Parade a couple of years ago, 2 summers ago. We had a full mermaid, several mermaids, and Poseidon with the trident and robes and all of that. I was wearing that one, and you look right out through that big. You can see the visibility.
Oh, wow.
Pretty good.
Wow, that's neat. Yeah. So do you do this full time? Are you a mask maker full time?
I am. I've been a mask maker for 40 years.
That's great. Yeah.
So yeah, it was. I started in 1980. So I've been around town. I lived in Central Square first, and then I moved here to Somerville. Here, let me get up on my chair a little higher. I moved to Somerville 17 years ago. So the studio is open every day. I mean, the studio is in my backyard, so it's open every day by appointment. So you can find me on Facebook at Eric Bornstein. You can find my website, behindthemask.org, and you can contact me and come visit. So I welcome visits and inquiries. I make all sorts of things. I also teach a lot of other drawing and painting classes. For example, like I'm looking at me right now, I have this little painting up on the easel. Every Tuesday night, I do a class in drawing and painting cats and dogs. So that was from last Tuesday night. And there's every Tuesday night we draw or paint a cat or dog. And this summer, I'll be offering a class in drawing and painting historical women and people of color. So we're going to look through our history and paint the faces of a lot of prominent figures that have helped move social evolution along. And so that'll be a lot of fun to say their names and know their faces, to actually paint their faces. So it's a nice mnemonic device to help remember the message of what they've accomplished. So I look forward to that. So I've got a lot of exciting mask projects going on. I'm talking to someone about a feature movie. If that goes through, be making 9 sort of creepy animal masks in the summer. And before that, I'm making a Master Splinter, the from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for fans of that show. That'll be delivered on July 1st, so I'll be starting it soon, along with Hands and Feet. And he's that sort of the rat master and good guy. And what else? Working on a lot of interesting things right now as well. So stay tuned. Come follow us at Facebook. I do a weekly Facebook Live every Wednesday at 1 o'clock from my other Facebook page, Behind the Mask Studio and Theater. So every Wednesday I do a Facebook Live. It can be something about whatever's going on in the studio, or a tutorial, or talking about art. And I've been doing it for over a year now, every week. So so it's a wonderful group of folks that come join us, and always interested in new people coming to visit. You're sure to be welcome.
So this is online, you said every Wednesday? Is that right?
Wednesday at 1 o'clock, Facebook Live.
Okay, that's really cool. I'll be sure to publicize that in our Instagram account.
Oh, wonderful.
If you remind me that, send me an email. I'll definitely do that. We have one final, just fun question.
Sure.
If you could do a art exhibit anywhere in the world, including the U.S., where would it be and what would it be about? I mean, I realize you already do international ones, but maybe somewhere new, you know?
I always get surprised. I want to take my son with me. I have a 17-year-old son. I brought him to Jamaica with me, and it was really exciting. I used to travel a lot back in the 80s and 90s, and it's gotten very difficult. So I love the idea of traveling now through my art and taking my son with me and showing him the world. So, I mean, I'd love to show him Bali in Southeast Asia, where I spent so much time. But exhibiting there, well, you know, right now my art is my passport. So I wait. I field inquiries. I try to arrange things so that people will take me. It'd be great to go to Mexico. It would be great to go so many places. I value so much of the cultures around the world that whoever's has an interesting project proposed for me, then I'm happy to design it and to go there. But especially excited to bring my son so that he can share that as well.
That sounds great. Yeah. So we look forward to seeing that, you know, in the future. Thanks so much for stopping by, and good luck today on BoothCentral.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody. Hope to see you here.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. 1 second. So let me see. Next up, we have Mary Jane Rutherford. I think she may have just been calling me. So I'm going to just put us on pause for a second and try to figure out if there's, you know, things I need to figure out. Okay. See you shortly.
too big for mine, but it fits in my studio. Here's what my paintings look like framed. This one's called Disaster Averted, which is only here because there's no room in the
Ooh, I think I'm not hearing you.
Right. Sorry. Hi, Liz. How are you? I was just saying you're ready for your streaming interview, and I just wanted to have you introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about your studio and where you are in Somerville.
Ooh, I think I'm not hearing you.
Right. Sorry. Hi, Liz. How are you?
Hi
I was
there.
just saying you're ready for your streaming interview, and I just wanted to have you introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about your studio and where you are in Somerville.
Ooh, I think I'm not hearing you.
Right. One second, okay? I was just saying you're ready for your streaming interview, and I just for some reason we were echoing. I'm gonna add Liz, and hopefully it'll work this time. Streaming interview, and I just
This is like
Hi,
crazy.
Liz, how are you? It might be. Do you have the live stream
For
up
some reason,
somewhere
we
else?
were
Echoing. It might be repeating. Add Liz, and
Try earphone.
that might work.
Okay.
How are you? It might be.
I have you on earphones now.
Okay. Echoing. It might be repeating. Add Liz, and
Okay. Now how are we doing?
seems good. It seems good. Great. All right. Thanks. So Liz is going to tell us a
It's
little.
still happening.
It's still happening. Shoot. So
Just
1 second.
quieter.
Let me just 1 second, okay? Great. All right.
It's like a Laurie Anderson.
Okay. Let me see. Let's break it on the right. Okay, so hopefully the echo is stopping. Let me see. Hi, this is Liz.
Hi.
Let's see if it's echoing. No, it seems to be okay. Okay, so
Ooh.
please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your studio and where you are in Somerville.
I'm Liz Lamach.
It's still happening. Oh shoot. Okay, let me see. This is strange. Okay, I'm gonna take this out for a second and try to talk to this other person who's better at technology. Okay, take 3. Okay, here we go. Hi, Liz. Just try to ignore any echoes that you hear if it happens again, but hopefully won't.
Okay. Hi, I'm Liz Lamach. I'm a longtime Somerville artist, and my studio is on Kidder Ave in the Purple House near College. Today, I'm talking to you from my secret pandemic retreat outside of the city because we're in a house with several people in it. So I have been spending a lot of time away during the pandemic. That gave me a chance to reorganize my studio and go through some old stuff. So I have a crazy selection of things this weekend. This is really interesting hearing this with the echo.
Okay, well, we aren't hearing the echo, so maybe it's just on your side. It might just be on your side, unfortunately. So try to just ignore it.
Okay,
but
I'll carry on.
Yeah,
A lot of my work has been outdoors in public. I do street art and public art. And let's see, the last summer I was in Salem doing a group work at the Artist Row, and that was much of the summer. And then we're looking at a couple of projects outdoors this summer too. So that's been cool. During the winter, I was working a lot on digital art, and some of that has turned into prints and stickers and other fun things I can share with people. Let me see.
Yeah, can you show us?
Give you a little
example?
tour of what I
Yeah.
have here. In the studio cleanup, I found some old t-shirts from this outdoor project we did in 2014 at Harbor Arts. That was a selection of multicultural tattoo designs stained into the main pier at Harbor Arts. And we did that with like a crew of 30 people. This one is a homage to West African design and symbolism. Whoop. Let's see.
Oh, Liz, question. Are you using an iPhone?
Oh, what?
You're using an iPhone to stream
No,
right now?
you are on my MacBook Pro right now.
Oh, okay. Because if you were using an iPhone, maybe that was what it was. Never mind. Go on. Oh, Liz, question. Are you using an iPhone? Oh, yeah. We do hear it a little.
Okay.
Do you have your booth open at the same time? Maybe you could close that window. Like on your phone, on your computer, do you have your booth open?
Ah.
If you do, if you could close that window, then that would probably stop the echo.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
I think you figured it out. Yes,
Okay, good.
that was
good.
it. I had the stream open at the same time.
Yeah. Okay.
Whew. Okay, so much better.
Okay. So, and do you have a website that you use too?
Yes. It's linked off the BoothCentral. My website is earthsign.com, EARTHSIGN. And I loaded up a whole smattering of things to share with you this weekend.
Oh, great, great. So everyone do visit BoothCentral because, it's a special weekend. So.
Right. And earthsign.com is the shop.
Okay. So you make jewelry too?
These were as part of my street art projects. I'd been laser cutting stencils, and as I learned to use the laser cutter, some of the other little projects that I played with were these wooden earrings. This is a sort of Balkan design that I came up with.
Oh, wow.
That was experimenting with both cutting and etching at different depths.
Oh, can I ask you, are they light still? Because it looks like kind of big, but they're still light.
Yeah, it's that thin, like 1/8 inch wood. So they're
Oh,
very light.
oh, cool, cool.
And then I had fun making a like mid-century modern
Oh, neat, neat.
dots design.
Yeah. Whoops.
And at the same time, I made a few sets of this little travel game.
Huh.
It's called the L game, and it was invented by a mathematician. And that's on my website too. You can, the
neat.
first ones that my sweetie and I played with, we cut up bar coasters and we
Oh.
would just play this while waiting for our table at a restaurant or something.
Oh, wow. That's
So
so
it's
cool.
a simple game that has some strategy. It'll keep two people amused for 15 minutes while they're waiting for their table.
That's so cool. That's awesome.
And then let's see, I have some digital prints based on the designs that I've been working with for murals and stuff.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. So murals in Somerville? Or?
One of the murals that I have in Somerville is that staircase with the cars in Gilman Square at the end of Marshall Street, like
okay.
Marshall and Pearl Street.
Oh, neat, neat.
And that was a homage to the neighborhood mechanic, ABJ Auto, that was there for many, many years.
Oh, okay. That's great. Yeah.
And I also did a little window in the back of the Winter Hill post office. And whoop.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's really pretty. So
That
this is a
design.
mural that you did?
Yeah, and this
Oh.
is a photo of it, which is a giclée print that's
Ooh,
on my
that's
website
cool. It's
now.
sort of 3D. Yeah, that's neat.
Right.
That's cool.
That was, I call it the Goddess of Winter Hill, and it's sort of a play on Athena, because it was an Italian neighborhood. So here's her owl, and it was after we had that very hard winter. So these are a bunch of penguins.
Oh, cool. That sounds really fun. Yeah.
And the model was a friend of mine who also worked with penguins at the New England Aquarium.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. I'll have to go see that. So you're saying it's in Winter Hill behind the post office?
Yeah, if you go to the Winter Hill Brewery, their outdoor tables kind of face across the parking lot at that wall.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You
Yeah,
can still
yeah.
see it there.
Oh, neat. That is cool.
And this is one of the stencils that I've been doing here and there.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
The flying lemon is kind of my personal avatar of the trickster spirit.
Oh, I see. The flying lemon. Yeah.
Right. A little bit of randomness.
Yeah, that's great. What was I going to say? Can we ask you one last question? Just sort of a fun one. If you could have an exhibit anywhere in the world, could be in the U.S., where would it be and what would it be about?
For me, an exhibit would probably mean doing muraling or street art somewhere. And that's been such a lively question to think about for the whole last year, as travel has been impossible, because
Right.
coming into last year, I was just looking all over the world at beautiful street art and murals. There are so many cities in the world that have terrific, like, risk-taking artistic street art culture that I've been
Right.
wanting to visit.
Yeah, I was in Montreal not too long ago, and I saw they have really fantastic art too.
They do an amazing job. So it would probably mean like visiting artists and getting to do a project in one of those gorgeous cities like Montreal or Paris or Buenos Aires.
Ooh, that would be fun. So
Mm.
that's something to look forward to, right?
Yeah. I want to tour the world and see all that stuff.
That would be awesome. Yeah. So thanks so much for joining us, and good luck the rest of the day here on
Oh,
Booth
thank you.
Central. And yeah, hope you can join us next year for Somerville Art Studios.
Definitely looking forward to it.
Okay, great. Thanks. So it looks like next we will have, let's see, Chris Gill. He does pottery, and he should be joining us shortly. So. Oh, he doesn't do pottery. That was someone else, I think. But anyway, it just happens to be his clip coming up next. So you'll get a little preview of what kind of art he does.
Let me know. I got to get out of here so I can put new work here. Hello, this is Chris Gill. This is my studio. And I paint large paintings in gouache and watercolor. And I like to go big, up to 80 inches wide at times, such as this one, which I call the evolution of cave painting, because I started off, in my estimation, as a cave painter, kind of basic, and I've worked at it for a long time. And my cave paintings are now a little more elaborate. And this one's probably too big for your living room. It's too big for mine, but it fits in my studio. Here's what my paintings look like framed. This one's called Disaster Averted, which is only here because there's no room in the living room for it. Unless you guys want to borrow it. If anyone wants to borrow it, let me know. I got to get out of here so I can put new work here, because I make new work fast and furiously when I'm on a binge, which I've been lately. Here's one right here called The Leopard and the Sage. Maybe you can see the leopard there. And here's the sage. Here's both of them. This one here is called Sea Breeze. That's pretty big. And Yellow Falling. I can't really describe my style other than that it's action painting, I guess, because I throw paint on rolls on the floor, and I drip and I manipulate the paper, and I am very rhythmically oriented, as I am a drummer, and I try to make visual music. This one's called Crash Waves. And this above it, I was thinking of doing a diptych out of these two. That's red sand above. This one's a little crazy. I call it Psychotic Reaction. This is new. They're all new. Everything here is done in 2021. All in the last month and a half, actually. I'm kind of, once I start painting, I paint a lot. This is called Flashpoint. Flashpoint 2. It's got a twin called Flashpoint 1, which I'm sending my friend in Turkey. And I've got lots more. If anyone's interested in looking back to the evolution of cave painting.
My microphone's on. I can't hear you.
Sorry, my fault. I had myself
now I
on
can hear
mute.
you.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
I'm
How's
good.
your day going? Good. Can you tell us a little bit about your art and your studio and where you are in Somerville?
Sure. I'm at Mixit Studios, which is an artist cooperative and living space that my wife Jane Goldman and Catherine Kernan and a couple other artists, including the late John Imber, who died of ALS a few years ago, great Boston painter. They bought an old soap factory called Mixit Soap, and they transformed it into 7 living units, 10 studios, and a world-class print studio. My
Wow.
studio used to be Jane's practice studio before I met her and got married to her. She was in a band called the Jane Gang, a Western swing band, and this is where they practiced. And now it's my studio, and this is what it looks like. I don't know if I should move my phone slowly.
Can you
Anyway.
switch your phone to horizontal? Because then
Sure.
we will see it a little better.
Is this better?
Oh, maybe not. Never mind. Go back. Okay. I guess it didn't work. It's okay.
That's all right. So anyway, and I met Jane 2012, and we got married 2013, and she gave me their old practice space as my studio, and told me to go big. I was doing abstract paintings in my post-divorce apartment in Cambridge, and it was a little tiny studio apartment near the Plowed Stars, and I was doing acrylic stuff, and Jane told me go big and go gouache and watercolor, which I did, and I'm still doing it 9 years later. I'm a musician and a psychotherapist by trade. I played drums in a lot of bands, and my mother was a painter who had a studio on her house. So I dabbled in abstract painting when I was a kid. I was mostly playing drums and what have you. But I always enjoyed doing that and throwing paint around. And so in 2010, I was actually going to a reunion gig for a band I had been in San Francisco called the Altar Boys. And there was a project called Direction History which was my friend J.C. Garrett, who is the founder of the legendary performance art space and music space, the Club Foot. And so the San Francisco Library did a history document on Club Foot and the bands that played there and the art that was there. And I was someone that was involved in that. So I was asked to play drums for the live gig that happened at Cafe du Nord on Market Street. And this is in 2010 again. And when I went there, I brought a pad of paper with me and Pentel markers. I just started drawing and drawing. I drew straight for 365 days and documented 4 or 5 a day. And then after that, I said, now I got to really get into this. And I started exploring different mediums and going back to quilts, which I'd done when I was younger. And like I said, when I met Jane, she said, go watercolor, water-based, and go big. And I've been going through my work to organize more space because I make a lot of it. And I've been throwing away all the shit that I used to think was good, but now I consider developmental. I was sort of practicing with colors and practicing how to distribute the paint. Because the way I paint, which is on big rolls on the floor, and I use a brush, but a brush isn't my main delivery system for getting the paint on the paper. It's mostly Chinese food containers, like, just plastic containers like this. Usually this table where I have all these small woods is filled with paints, tons and tons of paints, which are now back in their boxes. You're seeing my studio in a rather nice. Usually this table here is filled with buckets of paint and paint and spray bottles and squirt bottles and stuff like that. And here's my floor, which has a relatively new drop cloth, which is why you see it so my drop cloths get. In fact, the one that I have been working on 2010 underneath looks like this, which is dark because I painted many, many paintings on that. So, where was I? What other questions do you have for me, Zoe? I'm kind of
Okay,
rambling.
sure. Let's see. So, so it sounds like you've been participating in a lot of Somerville Open Studios, right?
Zoe?
Yeah? Oh, can you
Got a
hear me?
question?
Can you
Zoe,
hear me? Yeah?
can't hear you. Hey,
Can't
Zoe?
hear me.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now I got you.
Okay, good. So I was just wondering, you probably participated in a lot of Somerville Open Studios, right?
Yeah, I always did. And yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is there any particular memory that stands out
Can you
from
hear
a
me?
previous?
I can hear you.
I can hear you. Yeah. Can you hear me? Shoot. Okay.
Yes, I'm in by the 100.
Okay. Let's see.
Just talking to interesting people. Some people walk through, take a look, and turn around and go out, and other people stay for an hour or two, talk about art and look through my things. People like the small things mostly, not my big.
Oh, okay. That is interesting. But and you started doing the big ones back in 2000.
Are you there, Zoe?
Yeah. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
You can hear me now? It sounds like maybe there's a little bit of a lag time.
2013, I started doing ones up to. I can hear you fine. I can hear you. You can't hear me.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yes. Okay.
Oops. I guess
I
there
can go
is a bit of
upstairs and be near a router. The thing is,
yeah, that might be better. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't mind the lag?
We're gonna wait till. Um,
Do you want me to answer the question
Sure,
about
yeah.
big paintings?
Mhm.
I'm going to go upstairs. I won't be in my studio anymore. I can talk about it. I'll show you some things.
So he's gonna just go upstairs, but he's gonna show us art on the way.
Actually,
Okay. So Chris is just getting to. I'm hoping he's getting to the Wi-Fi router, so he'll have better internet connection.
there's a John
Okay.
Imber painting.
Okay. Oh, okay. So this is the upstairs, huh?
There's a Chris Gill. There's a Jane Goldman. Catherine Curran. Jane Goldman, my wife. Me. So I'm going to sit down and I'll answer questions.
Okay,
Connection
great,
should be
great.
better.
So, oh yeah, that's really good. Okay, great. So,
Okay.
one like fun kind of question is, if you could have an art exhibit or art retrospective kind of thing anywhere in the world, but it could be in the U.S., where would it be, and what would it be about?
Huh. Well, I'll answer the second question first because that one's easy. It'd be about what I do, and what I do doesn't have any preformed themes. The themes come from improvisation because all my work is improvisatory. So I start with colors and I start with movements, actions. I'm action oriented as a drummer and very rhythmic, but I don't know what it's going to look like until I start working on relationships between the colors as they're down and as they mix on the paper and as I mix them. And so any exhibit that I had would be whatever I'm doing and excited about at the time. And who knows? I mean, thematic things do come up sort of organically and naturally, but I can't predict what they would be beforehand. So who knows when that would be and what I'm doing at the time. As far as where, maybe the Venice Biennale. Went there. We go and it was really great. We really had good, something like that, I guess.
Okay, great. So something to look forward to. So thanks so much, and thanks for stopping by Booth Central. And you'll be at Booth Central all day on your booth. So people, please visit. And thanks so much, and we look forward to seeing you next year. 2.
Okay, I will be ready for chats. I'll be on call if someone wants to chat with me.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Great.
see you later, Zoe.
Thank you. Okay, so next up, we will be talking to Matt Harno. Sorry, I'm probably saying that. I'll just stick to his first name. To Matt, and he is here waiting, so I'm going to bring him into the stream. Hi, Matt. Please introduce.
Hi, Zoe. Hi, Zoe.
Hey.
It's Carano, just like
Carano. Okay, sorry, I'm so bad sometimes with pronouncing. But how's your day been going? And
my day's been going fine. I was actually at my studio a little bit earlier today and checking out a couple of the shows around Somerville. I'm actually doing this out of we have a little studio set up in the basement of our home because it probably has better internet connectivity than my studio building. But normally I'm working at my building over on Central Street.
Oh, okay, Central Street. Okay, cool. And how long have you been living in Somerville?
Well, I've been an artist in Somerville, it's been about 25 years now that I've had the space over at Central Street. So I guess I'm now one of the old timers. I actually was part of the initial team who founded Somerville Open Studios about
right. I remember
20 plus years ago. I've got the vintage Studios t-shirt here.
That's fun. Yeah, how has Somerville Open Studios changed over the years?
Well, I mean, it's certainly grown. You know, when we started this in 1999, I think the first year we had about 80 artists and 25 sites, which was a pretty amazing thing just from starting from scratch. But you know, now, of course, the last couple of years have been different because of the pandemic. But you know, on a normal SOS weekend now, it's hundreds of artists, and you know, it's good to see a lot of other sort of these other little things happening, like the pop-up shows and things like that are associated with the event. So all good stuff.
Yeah, that's great. And do you have work you can show us?
Yeah, I do have some things. Let me see. This is, can you see this over my?
Yep.
So this is a kind of typical of a lot of the paintings I do, which are they're oils, abstracted landscape work. Most of these landscapes that I do I call them fictional because they're sort of like, to me, it's like writing fiction. They're not taken from any specific location, or I don't work from photos or anything of that nature. They sort of evolve as I'm working on them from the abstraction. So again, this is kind of, I think, representative of a lot of the work I do. There's some other smaller things here. This is actually more of a plein air landscape I did a few years ago of these like poppies. You've probably seen them. They're sort of like these blue flowers sticking up.
So this was in the summer?
I'm sorry?
Was this in the summer in Somerville?
It was actually not anywhere in Somerville. I was doing a workshop in Bennington, Vermont. I did this.
Oh, cool.
So this is done directly from observation.
Nice.
I also recently been doing these collages, which I started doing about a year and a half ago before the pandemic hit. And I got this is a larger one, but I have a bunch of these that are smaller, about like 6 by 6 inches. And they're just kind of fun to do. Last year when we were all stuck inside, I set up a table in my basement here, and I would just work on these, and I find that they're really, they're really very kind of relaxing to just work on and play with shape, play with color and shape. As you can
that's pretty, yeah.
probably tell from seeing the work I've shown you, I love to work with color,
yeah,
color and form, and just seeing how.
Yeah, that one looks like it's buildings or something, but
What's that?
looks sort of like a buildings.
This one here, yeah, feels kind of like a cityscape, like looking.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, they all this work, they kind of evolve as. So as I say to people, I sort of feel like, and I must be similar to what, like authors who write fictions. It's like it's not of any. They're not of any place or time that's specific, but it all feels like places I've been.
Oh, can you explain the tree ones in the background?
Oh, the trees here? Yeah, that's actually those are, this is some older work, but I happen to have it here in the house. And, this, how should I describe this? I got interested in this idea of grids, right? So, and how trees kind of, especially in the winter time when the foliage is gone, kind of create this structure. So, and thinking about grids, thinking about almost like, you've probably seen stained glass windows that have this kind of armature or infrastructure that holds everything together. So these are some kind of what I was thinking of there, and thinking of like that feeling of kind of looking through through trees and what's beyond.
Wow. Is this so it's a winter picture?
I guess they would be winter, again, I would consider them very winter-like just because, again, the trees are bare. And while I much prefer the summer to the winter personally, I think that somehow trees are more interesting in the winter time.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
The cold isn't interesting, but the trees are interesting in the winter time when you can kind of see the structure of the tree.
Cool. So what are you working on right now? Any special projects?
No. I mean, I've been working kind of between the larger oil paintings. I've been trying to get a little bit larger. This is a 30 by 30 behind me. I've been trying to work up to maybe, 36, 40 inches to get a little bit bigger, and see what that does. And, again, I kind of go back and forth between that and the smaller collage pieces. And I also recently, I don't have anything here with me, but I recently started working with more figures again, and just kind of taking some old figure drawings and trying to work them up into oil paintings, which was been kind of an interesting process.
Cool. Sorry, my cat wants to join too.
Yeah, special guest.
Yeah. So one fun question we like to ask is, if you could do an art exhibit anywhere in the world, but it could be in the US, where would it be and what would it be about?
Anywhere in the world, where would it be? Wow. Well, let me, I don't know if there's a specific place or location I would want to do an exhibit, although I will say a couple of years ago, my wife and I traveled to Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I don't know if you've been there. And
yeah, I have. Yeah.
There's amazing art there. Was actually surprised at the quality of, because a lot of times you go to tourist locations, frankly, I'm not really that impressed with what I see, and the quote tourist art. But Santa Fe was really, and a lot of art that I really responded to, because, you know, a lot of it was about landscape and about color. So I think if I ever had an opportunity to show in Santa Fe, if anybody's out there and has a gallery in Santa Fe and is looking for artists,
Right.
that would be someplace I would love to be able to show someday.
Great, great. So thank you so much for joining us on BoothCentral, and you'll be on BoothCentral the rest of the day. Is that correct?
Yeah, I will be. I'll be on from 3 to 5 today.
Okay, so if people want to come by, they can chat with
Absolutely.
Matt and you know, see his artwork. And he probably has a website, right? You have a website?
I do have a website. It's www.mattcarano.com, just my name, one word. And it's also linked to my booth and linked in the SOS profile page. So yeah, please feel free to visit my website and reach out if you have any questions. And
great.
Thank you, Zoe, for doing these interviews with me.
Oh yeah, it's
great.
been fun. So thanks so much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, you too. Bye.
Okay, bye. Okay, so I'm gonna just take a little break and see who's coming up next. Hi, everyone. So next we will have Nathaniel Devari. He's coming in the studio shortly, so there'll just be a brief pause. Great. So here's Nathaniel.
Hello. Hey guys.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good.
Excellent.
Oh, can you make sure you don't have the live stream anywhere on your computer or on your phone going also, so there's no echo? You know.
Okay.
I thought I heard an echo, but maybe it's gone. That's good. Okay.
Just
Sorry.
let me know.
Okay. So yeah, just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your art and your studio and where you are in Somerville.
All right. Hello everyone. My name is Nathaniel Devari and I'm an artist living here in Somerville at 1 Potter House Terrace. Yeah, so yesterday I participated in the outdoor event and I was kind of thinking I should today because it was so beautiful out. But we had a ton of people show up yesterday and I was outside and had flags outside and it was such a great event. And since quarantine started, I started putting art outside. So I've done it for like 4 seasons now. So we had like the summer series outside with all the dogs and the dog walkers. And then we had fall, and that was when I did a whole storyboard of Jack and the Beanstalk and Cinderella. And it was like 4 storyboards of their story, and then the 2 stories intertwined at the end. So it was really exciting.
Oh, wow. How long
And
was that going on?
Oh, that was like for, I think, a solid 2 months. Every Tuesday I was put out
Oh, wow.
for, I could try and run outside and show you, but I'm not sure. I might lose connection with you.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah.
But if you look on my website or Instagram, you'll see stories of me like painting them as I go and then putting them out. And then over winter, I had like this, since we live in Somerville, I did like a Winterville type thing. So it was like a bunch of penguins running amok and, running through the snow and delivering mail, riding bikes, getting cars or parking tickets. So it was more like comical, especially because quarantine was so hectic.
Yeah, yeah.
And then summer we're spring. So I have quilts outside and I'll add a few more and then
You
I'll
had
start the new
quilts?
summer series.
Did you say you had quilts outside?
Quilts, sorry.
Oh.
They're
And
from a previous project and I was like, oh, I'll put these outside because, they'll
Oh,
never get out of
okay.
the box.
And then I think you were working on like a really beautiful Korean wedding
Yes.
thing, right? Yeah.
Yes. That's outside as well. And I had now it's a cool project because there's a commission for a wedding for our neighbor across the street.
Oh, right
So,
across the
and
street.
I
Yeah.
got to fully document the whole process from beginning to end of like how, like looking up research and then gathering materials and cutting wood and painting and transferring.
Wow.
And it's great to show that. And where is that board? Oh, well, it's somewhere around here. I'm so sorry. I should have been more prepared.
Yeah. Can you show us some of your paintings closer?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will do that. So over here, I'll start with this one. This is Anita. And this is a glitter portrait. Wow, am I doing this so good?
No, you're fine.
Here we go. So I love doing like that, taking the idea of a traditional like portrait, but using a new material. And I know it's not like the first time it's ever been done, but I started to put resin on it. Sorry. Because the glitter tarnishes over time. It like oxidizes. So like the ruby slippers from the Wizard of Oz, they have turned brown. So I'm hoping by covering it in resin, it will preserve it and it'll last longer.
Oh, wow. That's so
And there's
cool.
one I had shown yesterday as well. And this is one I'm working on right now. This is of my friends Andrew and Ricardo. And here I was showing like the process of how I make them. Because see, like putting it on wood. And because the first one I did, the wood warped. So I had to build a frame over it to keep it like stronger.
Wow.
And so I would draw it and then I paint in a little part of it. And then I sprinkled the glitter on top and then like shake the excess off and then go from there.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah. Wow.
I don't know how much time you have left, but
how do you come up with ideas like that? Or
you just kind of think about it like, oh, that'd be cool if I could do that. And then and so I tried it and it seems to be working out. I have the first one upstairs. I should have brought down.
It's all right, the door.
I moved my studio to the basement so I can like work on the floor and not worry about the hardwood floors becoming a mess.
Oh, right, that makes sense.
That's been super helpful.
So your studio is right in your house.
Yes,
right.
Yeah, that was super helpful because I used to have a studio outside my house and it just got really expensive and I was like, I can do it downstairs.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty. It looks like you have a lot of light too.
Yes, light was important, and the basement doesn't smell. You know how basements sometimes they smell really funny.
Sometimes they're kind of creepy, but yeah.
Yeah, so well lit and have all my plants. And these are some oil paintings that are part of a series about my relationship with church and how it's been like good and bad, confusing, complicated. Because I grew up in a super conservative evangelical household in Pennsylvania, and I feel like they just didn't have the tools of how to deal with me like being gay. So they just were giving me kind of bad advice. And each church was telling me, you should live this way or live that way or do something different. So it just took me a long time to figure out and untangle all the bad theology. But I know they're like really heavy topics, but they've been really good for me to heal some church hurt, which was a great response from yesterday, is hearing how many people could relate or understand where we're coming from.
What's this other one? What's
this
the
is
one?
the same series, but it's
okay.
Oops, there we go. Sorry.
Wow. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
And this one was more about me kind of fully like identifying as a queer person and then kind of like always living in church, being my like here I have like the floors like Bible stories like Noah's Ark. Sorry, I'm being really bad at this filming. Okay, there we go. And then like some Adam and Eve pieces here. And like kind of Emerald City being like church, but realizing a lot of churches are just mirages, and learning more about like church history was hard to learn, and then identifying as queer and then realizing how many people were just really hurt by church. And here I'm referencing like the unicorn tapestries from the Cloisters Museum, kind of symbolizing like church had a good intention to start off, but it kind of has entered into a whole nother realm of being harmful. And my husband's a pastor in the Methodist Church and has been helping me detangle.
Oh, wow. Well, that's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm cutting or too long, but
No, you're fine. You're fine. It's very interesting. Yeah, there was some other interesting work right after that to the right, I think. I see like a brown one or something.
Oh yeah. So
yeah, what's that?
This one is also the same series. Wow. Kind of like, so church was kind of a harmful place for me, even though I grew up in it and I loved it. So I had to step out for a bit. And this is about me kind of coming back to church. And Jordan's church is like really small. Wow. I'm really bad at this. And I was just like, the church was actually a small church and it's really loving and caring. And it felt like I found a spot that was like really safe and inviting. So that's like the whole church community in here. I never really quite got to finish it because it was for a show last spring, but was canceled due to Corona. So it's like I found this safe space, but still I worry about like the things that they could say. If you can see, I don't know if the camera can capture it. There's like people in the background, and just kind of using the Bible to justify harmful behaviors. And this one has a similar story to that.
Oh, wow. Is that like Egypt or I can't really tell what it is.
Sorry, I'm trying. There we go. It's a bit better. This was just when I was younger, just feeling the pressure of like people in church to be like, you have to be celibate, you have to do this and you have to do that and don't do that. And then them trying to pressure me to like kind of squash myself over here. I don't know if okay, sorry. Get closer. So it's called Liar Liar Pants on Fire because it's kind of myself like lying to myself, trying to crush my inner self. I know it's like,
oh, I see. Wow, very dark. Yeah.
It's like a Iron Maiden, and instead of the thorns, it's like little church steeples.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
It's a process. Yeah, I know these are really like deep to talk about online, but
no, it's really interesting. Yeah. And so what's your next project?
So I have a few commissions I'm going to work on, like for they're like cat portraits and stuff like that, but I'm excited to do that. All that stuff is still outside, so I wasn't able to go out and show you, but outside we're going to be doing another summer series of like the dog walker. Like I had Sophia, she's like walking 100 dogs by the end of summer, so
So you'll paint the different dogs also. Okay. Wow.
But I was gonna have her as the Pied Piper, and she plays the flute, so it's perfect. So she'll be playing the flute, and all the dogs will be.
Because I think I saw the little clip. It's like this really long. Yeah. And so you'll add to it every day, I guess, or something. Okay. Great. Okay. One last question. So if you could have an international art exhibit, or it doesn't have to be international, could be in the U.S., what would it be and what would it be about? Or where would it be and what would it be about?
All right. That's a hard one to think about where to go, because right now I'm in a part where I'm like going toward public art and like community art, but also I'm wanting to continue to do more like refined art, like the oil paintings. So I guess wherever the gigs come, or
yeah, definitely.
cross seas is always fun, but after doing the public art, I see like there's so much good that can come from investing back into the community you live in. So
yeah, that's nice to hear. Yeah. Great. So I hope you have a really good day the rest of BoothCentral. You'll be on BoothCentral the rest of the day?
Yes, I'm hoping to do that.
Great. Okay. And I'm sure we'll see you next year too, probably.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, great. Thanks, Nate. See you later.
Bye, guys. Thank you for tuning in.
Bye. Okay, so again, we're going to have a little bit of a pause, and then the next guest will be coming up.
My name is Joan Green. I share a studio at 6 Vernon Street. I've known myself to be an artist since about the age of 3. There were a lot of artists in my family, and I got a lot of support for making art. Now, in my 70s, I feel that what I do is very connected to the work I made as a child. The work I'm showing you in this video was all done since the beginning of this year. I spent January and February painting on the south coast of Jamaica, where I'm extremely fortunate to be able to go each year. While there, I worked in India ink and watercolor with elements of collage that you'll see in a moment. Here, I've added vinyl that was painted with acrylic. I'm really interested in exploring the area where abstraction and representational work overlap. This mixed media collage is called Baltimore 1967. Memory is a really important element in my work. Now, working in my dining room at home, I looked at the materials that I had, and I found a package of washi scraps that I had saved from a 2006 project, and I've been making collages with them. Being a hoarder comes in handy sometimes. Here, exploring layers. Finally, I'm taking you with me to Jamaica for just a minute. I just finished a commission for a friend in Jamaica. Mixed media, long, narrow. We'll see what you can see. This has been a very difficult time for everybody. Art is what saves me day after day.
Hello and welcome to my workshop at Joyce Street Studios in Somerville. My name is Paula Garbarino. I have been a furniture maker for over 30 years, and before that was a carpenter and a cabinet maker. I trained at North Bennett Street School in Boston, where I later returned to teach. I collaborate with clients to design and build custom commissions. I also design and build art furniture for shows and open studios. On display here are some favorite pieces that I made for customers or shows. You can see here some of my influences: Asian design, Victorian, Art Nouveau, arts and crafts, and Art Deco styles. Marquetry is a specialty of mine, which I sometimes use to decorate the furniture. It involves making pictures out of wood veneers. These veneers give me a palette of pleasing earth colors. Carefully chosen figure in the wood veneers can give a painterly quality to the marquetry details, like brush strokes, as seen here. Please check out more of my work at paulagarbarino.com. Thanks for visiting.
Hey everyone, it's Emily Valsigno here. Today, since we can't open our doors, I figured I would open some boxes. Oh, my photos from Thailand. It's called The Land of a Thousand Smiles. So I decided to do a photograph project called Yim Yim. And this lady is the one who told me how to say smile in Thai. I did photograph 524 people while I was there for 2 weeks. So these are all the photos from that. We went to 7-Eleven every day to get a whole liter of water per person because it was so hot. And this is me in a tuk-tuk, double vision. I love this little guy. And this is a project I did called The Imperfectionists. See this alien form right here? That is an iris, and my instructor, Dana Smith at NESOP, gave me an assignment to photograph an iris 100 times, and I took the challenge. Out came this book called The Imperfectionists. And I called it that because I love the way the flowers just wither and change. And I believe that they're still beautiful. So I photographed them under a spotlight and gave them their own stage. I have prints available, and I have a whole book that you can buy too on Blurb. This one looks like a conch shell. Everything's beautiful, right? So a lot of people know me as a photographer, but when I first started making art, I painted. Red Bull did the high dive off of the ICA. They built a platform on the cantilever. There were scuba divers down below breaking the water tension, because if they didn't break the water tension, they could, people can die falling from that height. So I made these extreme sport paintings. I love the color blue, and I have been trying to make water. And these little 4x4 paintings are at Bow Market until June 27th. These paintings were the hardest paintings to make because they are so small. It's like you need one hair from a brush to make the little fingers on this guy. So I didn't make his fingers. I made gestures more. And these I like to rotate. Visuals especially, they get stale. And so I need to change my perspective sometimes. So sometimes it looks like a religious painting if you put it so their heads are up. I loved Caravaggio's work when I was studying art history. And it's very dramatic lighting. So I really love using glimpses of light. Just a little bit of light in a dark shadow. It's so dramatic, very cinematic. I love it. I would love to see you this weekend, May 1st and 2nd. I will be on BoothCentral, the Somerville Open Studios event, from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. both days. Ciao for now.
Hello, welcome to my studio at Vernon Street Studios. I am way up on the top floor overlooking the railroad, and I love my space so much, and I'm happy to invite you in to see my work in process. As you can see, I don't clean up my studio for Open Studios. First, I thought we would take a little visit to my flat files where I store most of my drawings. I work primarily in graphite drawing and photography, though I have a long history in textile works. And currently I'm exploring work that is dealing with the detritus of the everyday, the extraordinary in the everyday, through the subject of dust. And I do highly rendered graphite drawings, ink drawings, and photographs that explore the sort of sacred that we can find in our day-to-day life and the ordinary acts of caring for each other, caring for ourselves, caring for our bodies. And I find dust to be this incredibly beautiful metaphor that I gather by sweeping the floor of my domestic landscape. And I then take that dust and either turn it into a cameraless photograph or a highly detailed drawing where I spend a lot of labor in observing the shapes and colors and value of the dust. And it's an exploration of, macro, micro. It's an exploration of finding the beauty and the sacred in the evidence of our existence and our small existence in this giant universe, and looking behind meditation on this, as well as somewhat of an act of a celebration or an honoring of this. I sweep my floor and take cameraless photographs of the dust that I collect, and use these as their own art form or as material to work from. I sweep and arrange the work or the dust that I've collected, and it's always from a specific place or a specific moment. So it also acts somewhat as a journal or a diary of time to make the work. And recently I've started to layer in color. This is a large scale drawing that I did from actually all of the pencil shavings of the previous year's drawings. So I collected those shavings and then created this drawing and started to introduce color, which I've continued to expand a little bit more on. So I love having people into my studio to see my works in process and the dialogue they're having with my photographic process, which is part of my everyday practice.
Hi, everyone. Next, we will have Jackie Miller. I see that she entered our booth, so I'm going to bring her in. 1 second. Here we go. Hi, Jackie. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, great. So can you just introduce yourself? Yeah, introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your studio and your art and where you are in Somerville.
Okay, well, I'm Jackie Miller, and I'm a printmaker, mostly etchings and woodcuts. And I work at, I'm a member of Mix-It Print Studio, which is just outside of Davis Square. And I don't live in Somerville, I live in Everett. So I get on Somerville Open Studios through Mix-It, which is a lovely studio. If you haven't been there, you should go see it sometime. Some other open studios when we can actually have people there. So that's that. And also, as I said, I do etchings and woodcuts. And during the pandemic, when the studio was closed for a while, I started painting, which was kind of interesting. So I have some paintings and some etchings and some woodcuts and a bit of other stuff. So that's it, I guess. So
okay.
Want me to turn around the phone and then
Yeah,
you can
let's see some of your artwork.
I don't know how I can aim the phone since it's pointing at me. And
Just go like that, you know.
What I'm aiming at, I don't think, but
Oh yeah, we see it. Yeah, that's
okay,
good.
so
There you go.
Let's see, it's this one, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Both of those, these two, can you see two there?
Yep.
Are bald self-portraits from when I was I had a bone marrow transplant because I had a disease called amyloidosis, very rare disease, that was messing up my kidneys. So I've had kidney failure from that, and I had a bone marrow transplant to get rid of the amyloidosis. And the chemo with the bone marrow transplant made me bald for a while. So that's what these are from. Here's another bald self-portrait. And let's see, this is a woodcut. Actually, it's a woodcut that, well, I don't know if you can see it. Can you see that woodcut?
Yep. You can see
Okay,
it.
it's a woodcut that I had forgotten about and dragged out when I was looking for things for this whole thing. It's from years and years ago, about 30 years ago, I think, when I was at that point thinking of leaving my then husband, now my ex-husband, thank God. And I had just come across a poster that I forgot I had that a friend of mine took when we were all living together in a house in Boulder, Colorado. And when I saw that poster, he took a picture and blew it up to poster size. And when I saw that, I thought, oh my God, that was such a nice time in my life. And now is such an awful time in my life. And so I started doing a bunch of woodcuts from it. I did, I think, 14 or 15 woodcuts from it. And this is one of them. And so that's that. And this is one of the mixed media things, ink drawing combined with some Photoshop stuff that I had in my, again, it's hard to figure out what you can see, that I had in my video that I did last year from kidney failure, which I did a series of those based on some reading I had done about kidney failure and what sorts of things were available at what times to deal with it. And I was horrified to see that if I had gotten kidney failure when I was born, I would have just died. There wouldn't have been anything else that they could do for me. So, so this is called Kidney Failure 1947, and the other tombstone says Left to Die. And there are a number of mixed media things in that series, and this is just the one I chose for this time. And these are two of the paintings I've done while the etching studio has been closed. They're based on, well, not this one. This one is called To My Kidney Donor. So I would give my kidney donor those flowers if she were still alive, but she isn't, so I can't. And this one is based on partially on some etchings I did years and years ago when I was drawing from my Victoria's Secret catalog, those strange anorexic women and their odd expressions that they use. And I combined that with some pansies, which I liked. So, so that was kind of fun. And I'm discovering I like painting a lot more than I realized I did. It's something
cool.
I took a number of painting courses when I was in college, but I was a printmaking major. And I never really did much. Occasionally I would paint after that, but not very much. And since I was kind of forced, if I was going to do anything, to paint, I'm discovering I like it more than I realized I did. And here is another woodcut. It's done from my my Victoria's Secret catalog some years back. So I call it the ancient one, they were the anxious ones number something or other. So that's that. And okay.
Okay. So you've participated in a lot of the Somerville Open Studios? Have you participated in a lot of?
I've been in Somerville Open Studios for years and years and years. And actually, I think even before there was a Somerville Open Studios, we did an Open Studios at Mixit Print Studio. And Mixit, the whole building. The whole building there is artist owned. And it's really great. And so we did an Open Studios there for a couple years before Somerville Open Studios started. And then when I think we continued for a year after Somerville Open Studios started, and then we just joined in with Somerville Open Studios. So so that's that, and it's a lovely place. It's an old soap factory that was
Right,
turned
yeah.
into art
We
studios.
talked to Chris. It was Chris Gill who's also there, right?
Oh yeah. He's at the other corner of the building from the etching studio.
Okay,
So,
great.
So, and let's see, I've have a couple of things available if you want to see more stuff that that
Sure,
are not
let's see more
actually
stuff.
part of
Yeah.
what I put up here.
Yeah, let's see more
Let's
stuff.
see a couple of my other paintings that I've done, and here's another. This is kind of fun. This is one I did way back, obviously about 4 years ago, when after Trump was elected, and I went over to Boston Common.
Oh, okay.
And
Pussy Riot, yeah.
there, and so this, and I kind of like the fact that the most of it's kind of bright colors, but the eyes are kind of dead looking, which is kind of neat. So that's that, and let's see. I don't know how much time you want to dedicate to this. So
maybe like another 2 or 3 minutes.
Here's another one of the woodcuts of that poster, and another one. This one didn't come out so well, so I won't. Here's another one of those.
So these are all you make these on the printing press?
They were all from the actually these were before I was a member of Mixit. But as I said, about 30 years ago, I think I've been a member of Mixit for I think over 25 years, probably 26, 27, something like that. Mixit's only been around for, I guess, maybe 30 years. I don't know exactly, but anyway, that's that, I guess. And anything else you want to know?
Okay, yeah. We'd like to just ask one kind of fun question at the end. If you could do an art exhibit, really big art exhibit, would it anywhere in the U.S. or anywhere in the world? Where would it be, and what would it be about?
It would definitely be in Paris, because I'd love to have an excuse to go back to Paris. I don't know. It's hard to, I would have said for sure it would be my etchings and woodcuts. But now that I've been doing the paintings, maybe some of those too. I don't know. It would probably be sort of a mishmash of a lot of things.
Great.
So,
yeah. Okay.
So
well, we look forward to seeing more of your work. Go ahead. Sorry.
And I was trying to fill time. So,
well, thanks, Jackie. Thanks for joining us on BoothCentral. Jackie. Thanks for joining us on BoothCentral. And we, just so everybody knows, they can visit
Okay.
Jackie's booth. Well, we don't know, but at least go to her website, or go to Somerville
Probably
Open
not.
Studios
Probably not. That's
website
not
and go
really
to
working.
her profile. Go to her profile on their Somerville Open Studios
Or
website.
maybe so next year,
Okay.
Open Studios next year by.
Okay, great. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
And,
you, Jackie.
And next year you can come by.
Okay, great. Okay, bye. Okay, so we already have the next artist waiting in the green room, so I'll bring her in. Let me do one other thing. So here we go. Hi, Lisa. This is Zoe. Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
So can you please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your studio and where you are in Somerville?
Sure. My name is Eliza Arts, and my business name is Gexcessories. I actually work out of Mud Flat, but right now I'm in my living room, which is, for all intents and purposes, my studio during Open Studios. This year's been a little different because I usually have two different things I show. I show the ceramics I do, and I've also been engaged for a number of years in what I call living art, which is breeding geckos for pattern.
Oh, is that what I hear in the background?
No, you hear the crickets in the background.
Oh, the crickets. The food.
So I was outside yesterday, which was really fun, but the geckos couldn't be outside yesterday.
Oh, okay.
I do have one here.
Oh, wow.
This is a gargoyle gecko.
Oh, wow.
Who's not too happy about being out. But usually when people come to the living room on Open Studios, I have signs up. All the cages are numbered. There are pictures of the geckos and a little bit of information about them, and they can take a look at them and visit them. I'm no longer breeding, unfortunately, but I still do have about 50 geckos.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
All over the world.
Wow. Do you have a space? You have space for that many?
Let's say they are tastefully integrated into my living room and dining room.
I see. Do you want to show us more about your art?
Sure. So I really see myself as an average person who decided about 16 years ago or 17 years ago now that I wanted to find a way to express myself. And I took a very short 3-week class at Mud Flat. And ever since then, I've been doing independent study and just coming in and trying things out. I do all hand building. I work in stoneware and porcelain primarily. And lately, I've been very interested in nature. I didn't know I was going to be interested in nature. It just happened. So I had a period of time where I was working on calla lilies. Can make this a little closer, I think. So here is a group of calla lilies, and then I had a space. I had nothing to put on one end, so I decided to put a butterfly. And that got me interested in butterflies. So here's another bowl that has butterflies. My latest interest is in flowers. I got a book about orchids, and I've been working on making ceramic orchids. This is my first one that's come out of the kiln recently. It's a lady slipper orchid. And it stands by itself, and it's hard to read, but it has the Latin name right below it. And then by combining things, I've been recently making sculptures of specific geckos that take their nectar from specific orchids. And I've had a panel with the gecko and the orchid together. So I'm looking forward to those coming out. Every now and then I make a functional object. So this is a necklace tree because my necklaces were getting caught together.
Oh, cool.
And in order to do that, I knew I wanted a necklace tree, and I didn't know what it should look like in ceramics. So I went to Etsy and I Googled necklace tree. And I saw all sorts of necklace trees that are wonderful in metal and terrible in ceramics, until I found something like that, and then I kind of made my own version.
Oh, that's cool.
I also like making pieces that are visual humor. So This is a piece, it's a hooked fish. As you can see, the walls are no barrier to the fish. Coming right through. And then one more thing I have out here. This turned out to be very popular yesterday. Somebody went and took a look at this and said, "Oh, I really like that little guy." And then she looked at the label and said, "Oh, it's called Little Guy." I actually put Lucky Bamboo in here, but it's kind of like a bud vase. And a lot of these are sitting in my lizard cages with Lucky Bamboo in them.
Cool, great. That sounds like fun.
It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite gecko then? Like,
I think in a way my favorite gecko is Aragon, who I've had for almost 17 years.
oh wow.
And he's a leopard gecko, and he actually fathered offspring for all 13 years that I was breeding. And he's has a sweet and gentle personality, except for one time when there was a combination of circumstances. I was on the phone with somebody with a long phone cord. I opened the cage and pick him up. He bit me. I dropped him. I started to bleed. I had to grab him. The cord got tangled up in the desk chair, and I just had to say, "I'll call you later."
Wow, that sounds stressful. Yeah. That's so funny. So I guess they kind of inspire your art a little too.
When I first started, I actually got into geckos and ceramics at the same time. So I decided I would make gecko hides and gecko furniture for the cages. So I called myself Geccessories.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's a clever name.
I've kind of moved beyond that, although the geckos still have a number of pieces in the cage, and they climb on them and they hide in them. And here, let me get one. I'll show you.
Okay.
So these are some of the first hides I made. And
Can you bring it closer to the camera?
How's this?
Oh yeah.
Here's the gecko.
Oh,
and what there usually is on here, this is very short, and was a tail, which is the gecko's tail. So sometimes the gecko comes into the hide and the head is sticking out, and then the ceramic tail is behind it.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So a lot of geckos are banded. That's how this is made. This one just doesn't happen to have bands.
Okay. Nice. Oh.
Let me put her back.
Hmm.
So I'm hoping that we'll be able to visit in person next year. A number of people came by yesterday and said, "We came to see the geckos. We really missed the geckos."
Yeah, probably next year, right?
I hope so.
Let's hope so. Yes. And let's see. The final question is just kind of a fun question, but if you could do like an art exhibit or go anywhere in the world to look at geckos, where would you go?
Well, this wouldn't be so much to look at geckos, but I would probably go to Australia because my brother's there and I rarely get to see him. And I think what I would do is go a couple of months early and do sculptures of a lot of the different foliage there that's really different from what we have here.
Oh, that sounds fun.
So I'd be able to see him, and I'd be able to see new things and make new things, and it would be really fun.
Great. Oh, that sounds, yeah, I hope you get to do that. I mean, if it's your brother, you should really go see him, right?
Yeah, I haven't been there. He comes here a couple of times a year. I haven't been there since 2005, so it would be lovely to go and see him.
Great. Well, thanks so much for visiting us at BoothCentral live stream, and have a great rest of the day. People can come look at your booth, chat with you if you're there, and if you're not there, they can leave a message. So
thank you for having me.
Yeah. Have a good rest of the day. Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so next we will have Emily, and she's already waiting patiently. And so here we go. Hi, Emily. How are you?
Hi. Good. How are you?
Good, good. So if you could just introduce yourself, say a little bit about your studio and where you are in Somerville.
Sure. I am Emily Falsigno, and I am on Lexington Avenue. I mostly photograph singles, so you can see some of them up there.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I help singles break up with the notion that they have to be hitched to be happy. But a big part of that is having people share their hobbies. And so I'm sharing mine today. This is my first open studio. I usually like to walk around to all the different studios. And since we can't do that, I figured I might as well show my work. So before I learned how to photograph, I learned how to paint. And so I don't have a ton of like thematic work series as a lot of painters do. I tend to make things that come to me. So whatever, like I'm infatuated with the color blue. And so I have and with water. So I have stuff like this that I've made that uses a lot of different color blues, like phthalo, which is like a deep, deep, deep blue, dark blue, and then like cobalt, and then these like turquoise colors. And I learned from going to another studio that you can make acrylic kind of look like oils. So I've been practicing with mediums. So see how that's like so shiny. And then I just love water so much. So I've done stuff like this.
Oh, right.
And it has a pair. Which way does it go? This way. So I just like to figure out how to make water.
Wow. Yeah, that must be challenging.
Stuff like this. So, because I also surfed. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I liked in the video, I think you had one of a diver, and I liked how you showed how it could have a different meaning if it was turned around or something.
Oh, yeah. Those divers are at the Small Work Show in Bow Market.
Oh, okay.
But I have another one that I made. Because those are like this size. So they're really small. Those were really hard to make. But I have one over here, and I have a bigger version of this. I made this one for an art show in Vermont.
Oh, wow.
But actually the reason I made the first one was because I was at a corporate job that I hated. And I made this as like a symbol of jumping into something totally unknown.
Wow. Yeah, scary. Yeah.
So you can like tell that there's no water in this one. It's like he's just flying. But I feel like they like look like ballerinas kind of too. Like not ballerinas necessarily, but like it's gonna be hard to put back up. So that there. But when I went to art school, I learned how to draw figures. So I really love the human body. And so painting it's like another way of learning about it,
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Like I painted a crab once, and I didn't know that crabs have one claw that's bigger than the other one. Like their pincer.
Oh, yeah. I think
one is
heard
always
about
bigger
that
than the
too.
other. Yeah.
And then they can lose it and it grows back or something too.
Yep. Yeah. So I always learn about things while I'm doing them.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah.
Which is the most fun.
So what's an art project you're working on right now?
right now, actually, so everybody's doing this pivot thing. Over quarantine, I kind of pivoted, and with not being able to photograph in person, like I didn't really want to do that with COVID. I started doing workshops on manifesting. So like energy work.
Oh, okay.
Which is kind of like it's like an art, like co-creating with the universe.
Oh.
Making things happen for you. So I've been gardening a lot. So I helped on I think it's called Dark Matter Park with Catherine Van Buskirk. She's on Chester Street. I helped her mulch and stuff just to get ready for Open Studios. But it's a really cool garden. If you haven't checked it out.
So there's videos about it too?
She's got a SOS page.
Oh, okay. Great.
You can check her out. And yeah, her husband does sculptures. They've got a bench from the Constitution, the ship. From Long Lake Lumber.
Sounds like you have a pretty good little art community near you.
Yes. Oh my God. I love Somerville so much. I can't leave here.
I agree. It's a great place.
Yeah. I love just learning about everybody.
Yeah. Okay. So one last question. If you could have an art exhibit or residency anywhere in the world, or it could be in the US, where would it be and what would it be about?
Oh, it would be about water. It would be somewhere in a cool, I don't know, like in Capri in the little, like the grotto that you go into. I don't know. I was thinking it would be cool to have like paintings of surfers or like high divers on billboards somewhere.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sounds great. Yeah. I mean, that would be a lot better than the advertisements you usually see, right?
Yeah.
Have really big art. Yeah, that would be really cool.
Yeah. So, I don't know, something like that.
Okay.
Or maybe floating.
Floating?
Ooh, maybe like floating in a barge in Boston Harbor.
Oh, okay.
Or like on an aircraft carrier. I don't know.
Wow. Okay. Yeah,
ideas.
That's taking it to the next level. Yeah.
Hey, go big or go home.
Right. Yeah, definitely. So, Emily, you'll be in BoothCentral today, the rest of the day? I mean, till 6? Or
maybe I'll stay for another half an hour.
Okay. So, but people can visit your booth even if you're not there, and they can just see the websites and all that.
Yeah. And I've got pictures from Thailand in my little video and stuff. So if they go to my SOS page, you can like explore around.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Well,
thank you so much, Zoe.
Thank you. Thanks, Emily. Thanks for stopping by BoothCentral, and we hope to see you next year too. So.
Yes.
Okay.
Totally.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Okay. So next, I think we're having Nora, but it says whole tone music. So maybe that's Nora. I'm not sure. We'll find out right now. Hi. Is this Nora?
Hi.
Oh, great.
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yeah. So can you tell us a little bit about your group and how you got involved with Somerville Open Studios?
Yes, this is so I am the founder and director of the Whole Tone Music Academy, and that is a collective, including these fine teachers right here. And so we are a collective of musicians and teachers. We're musicians who teach music, often from a mindfulness and somatically aware perspective. Like I myself blend yoga with voice lessons. And also, but yes, so we are a collective of musicians that's been operating in the Somerville area primarily for about the past 5 years. And so we're holding tight through the pandemic, teaching online mostly. Looking forward to getting in-person lessons going again for the fall. And so I'm Nora, and then this is Soren.
Hi, I'm Soren. I teach voice and piano.
I'm Amanda. I teach voice.
Yep. So yeah. So thank you so much for having us today, and thank you for having us. That's definitely an anomaly in the Somerville Open Studios. We really appreciate being able to tag on.
No, we're really happy to have you.
Yeah. So what would you like to know from us?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you were about to like start a song or something.
Oh, we can play you a song. We'd love to play you a song.
That.
Okay. Yeah, let's play you a song. And I'll wear my mask in case we have anybody come up from the sidewalk. And
what do we want to do?
What do we want to do? Can we? You're right there. So what if can we do the garden song?
Oh yeah, sure.
Cool.
Sure. Let me just make sure that I have stuff put up.
So one thing that's interesting about our collective is that we are founded and led by queer community members in the Somerville area. And so that's one thing that makes us a really cool collective, even besides the mind-body perspective that we carry. So we try to keep some amount of social justice dialogue going with the teachers to see how we can be doing a better job to be adding equity to our goals of providing music education. And we're always interested in feedback about how we're doing about that. So anybody who's been a student with us, we love to hear ideas about that. But yeah, and then another thing that we're doing is trying to play each other's music a little bit more.
Yeah, that's been a great
today.
thing about today, actually having the chance to be outside and having had the chance to, really dig into some songs that we've written while we were apart. So this is a song called Garden that I wrote pretty recently. As Nora mentioned, many of our teachers are either part of the queer community or allies to the queer community. And I myself wrote this as I am going through a lot of really new experiences as I go through hormone replacement therapy as a transgender person, and sort of connecting those experiences to my life and also to my music making and to my changing voice. So I'm really excited to share this. We've just been kind of improvising some new stuff to go with this tune today. So please enjoy. I grew up under the surface, no light would shine on me. I tried to find my purpose in a garden full of weeds. Left alone for years on end, I didn't break, but I did bend. Until my sister came to break my bonds and set me free. She saw me crying as I beat my hands against the dirt. She told me she would be my guardian guide and stay alert. In her arms I learned to know who I am and how to grow. So I left the garden of my exile and my hurt. I had to know. The exile from the lonely glow. The places that I had to go. And so I watch my garden grow. I still go back to the garden. A crocus breaks the ice in spring. That barren land I know has set me free and lost its sting. We can till the land together, weather storms now even better. Kingdom with no ruler but the songs I choose to sing. home I had to know. The exile from the lonely glow. The places that I had to go. So I watched my garden grow. So I watched my garden grow. So I watched my garden grow. So I watched my garden
Yay! Thanks so much. Wow, that was really special.
Thank you. And thanks, Nora, for joining in on that tune.
Oh, I love it so much. It's such a pretty song. And this, yeah, it's really a very special thing to be able to play with on each other's songs. We've been having a great time with that today. I don't know. And just playing with any people at all, to be honest. I mean, it's been a while, so it perhaps is the joy of it is heightened.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Could you play us another song?
Sure.
Do you want to do one of yours?
Yeah, let's do Still Love. So we'll switch places. Oh wait, no, we don't. No, we stay here. I forgot. That's right. I would like you to do that. Totally forgot about the arrangement that we did today.
See if I remember it.
Oh yeah, we'll get it. Oh. Get that smaller. Cool. Oh, hold on. I lost the. Can you still see us?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Then we'll just keep going. Okay. So this is one of mine. This is called Still Love, and it's meant to be a message to our inner children. It's a message I wrote to my inner child to try to work on dissolving perfectionism. There's a lot of pressure that we put on ourselves to have perfect motivations in every single thing that we do, or at least I do. And so I need to remember sometimes that if I'm feeling like a little bit fed up or a little bit burned out, then maybe it's just that I've kind of fallen into a trap of sorts, and I just kind of need a little bit of support from another person, but I'm still myself. So the idea is that we can have faith that with a little bit of space and support, the clouds will clear and we can come back to feeling in our whole hearts again. So let's see if that message gets across in the music.
Make sure that I'm back in the actual key of the keyboard for you.
Sounds right. Sounds
All
good.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Imperfect love, tangled love is still love. Imperfect love, tangled love is still love. Imperfect love, tangled love is still love. Can't you see it now? It sees you. Imperfect you, tangled you, is still you. Imperfect you, tangled you, is still you. Imperfect you, tangled you, is still you. Can't you see it? It's all so clear, even through that veil of tears. I can help you, I'll bet I can, long as the champ's not on my hand. Imperfect me, tangled me, is still me. Imperfect me, tangled me, is still me. Imperfect me, tangled me, is still me. Can you help me? I'm not sure I can, long as the traps caught on my hand. All I need's to know you're right here, and that someday the clouds will clear. And even so, there's beauty to find on the bleakest dark night, as dripping branches curve around street lights.
Oh, thanks so much. Wow, that was really great.
Sure, glad you enjoyed.
Yeah. Are you performing anywhere in the near future?
You know, we have to figure that out. I thought that actually, I thought maybe we were going to be doing Porch Fest or Couch Fest next week, but it turns out that that's not actually happening until the fall.
Yeah.
So we have to wait. But one really cool thing that's coming up is the Whole Tone Music Academy recital. And so we'll all be performing on that, and a lot of our students will be as well.
Okay.
And that'll be June 5th.
Okay, well, that's coming up before you know it, right?
Yeah, it is. It's in a month or so. And but yeah, we're probably going to have a few of us hanging out kind of like this for the recital, and we'll perform some of each other's songs, and then we will be there to enjoy the performances of our students that will be beamed in from their locations.
Okay, great. I love that. Yeah, great.
Oh, and Soren, you have a performance coming up.
I do. I am singing in a performance that will be live streamed of a couple of short one-act new operas written by a friend of mine, Quinn Gutman. They are doing a composition recital for their degree at Longy School of Music, and these are a collection of 3 short one-act operas about queer and trans relationships and dating. There's some kind of funny snafus that emerge, and I'm singing on one of those, and that premiere will be live streamed exclusively on Sunday, May 16th.
Okay, great.
There, so we'll keep sharing that information.
Okay. If you guys want to email me, I can share it on our Facebook and Instagram account. So
We will totally do that.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Okay,
so
well,
live stream, so the attendance is unlimited, right?
great. Well, enjoy the rest of your day, and thanks so much for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks so much for hosting and for organizing. We really appreciate all of your efforts. This has been a great experience.
Oh, good. Well, we hope to see you next year too.
You will, for sure.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, great. So that was fun, and our next artist is coming right up. Cat, get up. Sorry, let me just move my cat out of the way. Oh, jeez. Okay, there we go. Okay. Hi. How are you?
I'm doing
Um,
well, and that was a cute cat. We are all used to seeing cats and dogs on video now.
I know, but she loves
so
whenever I'm on live, she's like, I need to be a part of that. Yeah.
my dog made an appearance earlier today. I don't know where they are, but my dog comes on video all the time.
Okay, great. So yeah, why don't you share about yourself, where you are
Sure.
in Somerville, and what
Yeah.
kind of art you do? Yeah.
So I am a glass artist, and I am right now in my stained glass studio, my very, very messy table behind me. I did not clean up my studio at all for this, so that you can see all the mess that I
Yeah,
made.
that's more realistic, right?
Yeah. And I am gonna. I don't know how to flip the camera on this one, so you'll have to walk with me a little bit on this.
That's all right. Yeah, we can do that.
It's not like I'm working on a specific project. I tried to do some work on and off, and there are lots of like in between pieces going on over here. I also took like some of the pieces out from that I did not bring to the in-person thing yesterday. These are like a couple of these pieces I have shown on Instagram, and some I did not, that you might have, the ones that I showed you might have seen. And then these are the leaves that you probably have seen before.
Yeah, that's
I
really
don't know
beautiful.
if, can you see? Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the maple, this is from the fused glass section. Another thing that I usually don't get to post a whole lot around at the big windows. I don't know. I'm not doing a great job of showing this. The magnolia piece. Much better when it's backlit, and it's not backlit right now. Dog, move. And this is the matching vertical piece of that. Also, much better when it's backlit, and it's not. I also do some acrylic work.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
So, acrylic on canvas. And I don't know if you can see kind of at the bottom of the stairs, that big canvas piece.
Yeah.
That kind of takes up the whole, let me walk you there.
Okay, great.
So when I say canvas, this is kind of the whole like size that I'm talking about. This is
Oh,
a
wow.
5 foot by 4 feet
Wow,
piece.
so that's glass, right?
No, that's not glass. That
Oh,
is
okay.
canvas with a little bit of like lacquer on top of it.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. That's neat. Yeah. Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah. Very shiny.
Yeah, so the plus the window is right next to it, so it catches all the light from X. So there's a lot of black. So at home, I use a lot of black and white and pops of color in between.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah, that is kind of what I have, and my dog is making sure that I don't get lost.
So that's nice that your place has that nice attic space, huh?
It
Right.
is, yes. So I get to do the stained glass here and don't have not walking on the cut pieces of glass. Not that I don't get injured. I do.
Oh, wow.
I'm a very clumsy person for a glass artist. And this again, I'm doing a very, very bad job of showing
you're
things
fine,
on
you're
camera.
fine.
Okay. So these are some of my like smaller fused glass glass powder leaves that I had yesterday in the in-person thing.
Mm-hmm.
Also, these are functional pieces that you can like appetizer trays or kind of people use them, not just they're food safe, but you can literally use them for anything.
Right. Oh, that's nice.
And I mean, they're all pandemic glass, all made over 2020, early 2021.
Pandemic glass. Now, so you don't actually do the glass parts stuff up there, do you?
I do, not
Oh.
in the attic. So I have a basement space, which is much smaller than this, and the lighting is not as good. So I decided to show everything here. But I do have a kiln room over there too,
wow.
like in the basement where I do the fused glass part of it.
Okay. Oh, neat.
Yeah. And when life allows again, I can resume doing workshops. So
Oh, wow. Oh,
hopefully
that
at
would,
some point, yeah.
oh, yeah. Maybe I'll sign up. That sounds like a lot of
Yeah,
fun.
and it's there are details on my website, and it says very clearly these are the details, but we cannot do anything right now. So just to kind of tell people, there are possibilities
Um,
for the future.
so how'd you learn all this?
So stained glass, I started doing a lot kind of by myself, and then went back and did a class here and there. Stained glass was mostly that way. Fused glass, I the same. I don't think I ever took a fused glass class.
Wow.
Mosaic was a lot of failure, very little success, and then asking like, asking other artists, and do you succeed in this? Does this work? Does this not work? And then groups of people, and lots of very kind people, kind of learning from each other and showing other people the rope, and then mentors showing me the rope, and then being mentors to other people.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm not an artist by training.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Neat. Yeah. But now you do it full time?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't. I'm an engineer, scientist by training, and then
Oh, wow.
I am a marketer by practice.
Okay.
Consumer behaviors by practice. Yeah.
Oh, neat. Yeah. Wow. So, but that's great that you find time to do all that. Yeah.
Finding time is I think the most difficult thing, and also it's something that I teach myself every day. I mean, that's something that I feel the most at, and also teach myself every day a little
Yeah,
bit.
when you say teach yourself, is it through books or through videos or?
Glass?
Yeah.
Both. It's and I mean there are and also by practicing.
Oh, practice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trial
So
and
there are
error.
lots of techniques that I joke about the pandemic glass thing, but there are lots of techniques that I think this is something that I'd like to try, and I don't have that that example here, but how sand dries, like wet sand dries, and it leaves a certain texture. I mean, that is interesting. I'd like to play with a certain texture, and then going back and wanting to experiment on that. Let me try and play with a certain experiment, and then there are obviously all of those things that go nowhere. And if something doesn't go anywhere, I don't have the 200 things that didn't go anywhere. I don't have those to show, but there are those things. So but I have like 3 things to show, that experiments that went somewhere and led to things. So
Great.
so I experiment a lot. That's what it is.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. And so you're gonna. Oh, yeah. Before we leave, have one more like kind of fun question. Just
Sure.
If you could have a art exhibit anywhere in the world or in the U.S., where would it be, and what would it be about?
Art exhibit?
Yeah, or residency or something like that.
That's a good question. I think I have been wanting to like learn geometric art, since I haven't really learned art as a formally learned art. I have wanted to actually take art classes, and I want to take like a formal art, geometry, math, kind of that practice of classes. So that is something that I seriously want to do, but I haven't really thought about art residency somewhere else in the world. That, I mean, the art history geometry thing, I definitely want to do in like multiple places. And I know when it goes back to like art history, it is going to like combine architecture and things like that in several places. It's not just going to be you know, in like one or two countries or in very specific areas. So
Oh, okay. Like
yeah.
what's one of the places?
I think tracing architectural patterns and tracing architecture and tracing geometry in how culture has traveled throughout the world. That's
Oh, but
maybe,
where would you be able to do that?
I mean, it's not just a way. It's okay. So, for example, okay, Moorish tiles, right? The architecture in Moorish architecture, Moorish tiles.
Oh.
The history of that and how that takes a certain geometric pattern into art, but also it has there is a math behind it.
Mm.
I want to like take like where does that come from and how that goes. So there is this woman who teaches Islamic geometry and like the pattern of Islamic geometry. Like she has a lot of classes on it, but I see she studies and teaches that from like there is some and I mean there are lots of people who know this, and I'm just talking off of like small like videos that I've seen and some art that I've seen and stained glass patterns that I've seen and so on. And there's like studies that have been done. So I'd like to go more into that. And some of the architecture I've seen that goes like to 15th century or 16th century or so on. And it is just fascinating to me because to me that's like storytelling. But there's definitely things that are deeper than that.
Yeah.
Like it's to me it's just reading a storybook. But for people who have studied it, it's a lot deeper than that. I just it's fascinating for me.
Wow.
So on one hand it's Spain, on the other hand it's like there's Mughal art, and I'm sure there's like other countries involved too. There's like Eastern. I've seen Japanese art that has something similar to it, but it's obviously not exactly the same, or even close. What's the relationship to that? How did it get there?
Sounds like you'll be traveling the world.
I have done some traveling, so but it's it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to study if I ever get to that point.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Thanks so much. Thanks for dropping by.
Thank you.
BoothCentral. Will you be at your booth the rest of the day, or?
Not the rest of the day. I think I won't be live, but if anyone has any questions, my website's there, and if anyone writes to me, I usually get back pretty quickly.
Yeah, right. So that's great. Thanks so much, and
thank you.
Good luck, and
thank you for
we hope
making
to
all of
see you
this
next
happen.
year too. So great.
Bye.
Bye. So I'm going to need to look at my schedule to see who's next, and so we'll be back shortly.
Hello, welcome to my studio at Vernon Street Studios. I am way up on the top floor overlooking the railroad, and I love my space so much, and I'm happy to invite you in to see my work in process. As you can see, I don't clean up my studio for Open Studios. First, I thought we would take a little visit to my flat files where I store most of my drawings. I work primarily in graphite drawing and photography, though I have a long history in textile works. And currently I'm exploring work that is dealing with the detritus of the everyday, the extraordinary in the everyday, through the subject of dust. And I do highly rendered graphite drawings, ink drawings, and photographs that explore the sort of sacred that we can find in our day-to-day life and the ordinary acts of caring for each other, caring for ourselves, caring for our bodies. And I find dust to be this incredibly beautiful metaphor that I gather by sweeping the floor of my domestic landscape. And I then take that dust and either turn it into a cameraless photograph or a highly detailed drawing where I spend a lot of labor in observing shapes and colors and value of the dust. And it's an exploration of, macro, micro. It's an exploration of finding the beauty and the sacred in the evidence of our existence and our small existence in this giant universe, and looking to find meditation on this, as well as somewhat of an act of a celebration or an honoring of this. I sweep my floor and take cameraless photographs of the dust that I collect, and use these as their own art form or as material to work from. I sweep and arrange the work or the dust that I've collected, and it's always from a specific place or a specific moment. So it also acts somewhat as a journal or a diary of time to make the work. And recently I've started to layer in color. This is a large scale drawing that I did from actually all of the pencil shavings of the previous year's drawings. So I collected those shavings and then created this drawing and started to introduce color, which I've continued to expand a little bit more on. So I love having people into my studio to see my works in process and the dialogue they're having with my photographic process, which is part of my everyday practice. And thank you so much for visiting me and my studio assistant in my studio today. You can see more of my work at www.joettamaui.com. And you can see a lot about my process on Instagram at joettamaui.
Hi, my name Uh, Hi, my name is Iko Oseki, and I'm standing in front of my old work, well, a few years ago. And I used to do a lot of musicians, but during this COVID year, my style has been changing, and I'm going to show you some of my latest work samples. So this was before COVID, and I was still doing musicians, and I started to do some paintings around climate change issues. Then COVID happened, and this is one of my first kind of a tumbling landscape, quiet street in the spring, and birds start to show up in my paintings. I never done self-portrait until this spring, past spring. This is me desperately trying to figure out what to do for teaching remotely, always at computer. This is a studio scene in the spring of 2020. Again, birds are showing up in my paintings. I had a lot of communication with birds that spring and even now. I guess we spend so much time in nature during the COVID, not with people, but nature becomes an essential communicator. Sometimes I try to calm down myself and try to see the stillness in the world. This was this winter in the middle of a cold stretch. But often things go back and unsettling feelings start to come up to the surface again. This one is called When Things Fall Out of My Hands. This one is a bit hopeful one from the fall when I took my students to observe the seed pods, and I was always inspired by students' curiosity and energy. So here are my contact information. Thank you for watching.
I'm Alex Pham, and I'm a collage artist. I haven't really considered myself a visual artist until more recently. I'm a musician, singer-songwriter, and that's always been my main creative endeavor and practice. Since the pandemic, though, I really wasn't feeling as creatively inspired musically in the beginning, and I really got into collaging. I had done some mixed media art before that, using twigs, leaves, and I've made some stop motion videos using natural elements. But I really started using recycled magazines more recently. It is really satisfying to cut up advertisements in magazines and use those to create something that is not targeted at selling a product. Most of my art represents nature. Some of it is kind of whimsical or fantasy-like in nature. I like fairies and that sort of thing. My visual art is very tied to my music, so I tend to have my instrument right nearby me and I'll play a little bit of music, do some songwriting, and then do a little bit of collaging and go back and forth, and I really like having that process of both of those things ongoing together. And right now I'm working on recording my second album, and I'm also working on a collage art exhibit that has one collage that goes with each song on the album. So stay tuned for that. If you want to stay in the loop about my music and my art and the upcoming album and exhibit, you can subscribe to my email list. You can do that on my website. You can also follow me on social media, on Facebook or Instagram at AlexFanMusic. Thanks so much for watching this video. You can check out some of my art here at Somerville Open Studios online, and listen to my music wherever you find music to listen to. If you search for Alex Fan, you'll find my music. Have a great day.
My name is Jason Pollins. I am a fine arts painter, and I also teach painting and drawing out of my studio at Joy Street Studios. I also enjoy using Instagram a lot to promote my work. So some of these small videos that you see are attempts at me trying to share my experience of creating something with the public and giving them an idea of what I do and behind the scenes of what I do. I like to show a little bit of process through the videos that I create for Instagram, as well as for my students who can see process develop in a series of educational videos. I paint because I'm driven by the beauty of nature and our world that we've created as humans on it. I look for narrative and metaphor in the subjects that I choose, whether they be people, places, still lives, you name it. I love to use oil paint, charcoal, and graphite predominantly to create the works that I produce. And I also enjoy things like pen, gouache, some watercolor, clay, plasticine. I sometimes do sculpt as well as paint and draw. This year for Open Studios, I will be participating virtually, which means that you will be able to tune in and observe my studio in action. On Saturday morning and afternoon, I will be streaming some of my classes that occur, which means that you will observe students working and me talking to students, and even me demonstrating some drawing or painting technique. So please tune in, check it out, and get in touch.
When Intuit came into the area, there
Hi there, it's Tracy Kiernan from stepbysteppainting.net, and this acrylic painting tutorial will show you how to paint an under the sea painting on an 11 by 14 inch canvas. So I'm using one of those stretched canvases, and I'm going to go ahead and get started. So I have 4 colors on my palette, and I'll be using this 1-inch flat wash brush. If you don't have a 1-inch brush, you can use a 3/4 wash brush, so any kind of medium size flat brush for this. And the colors I have on my palette are titanium white, bright aqua green, phthalo blue, and unbleached titanium. So for the ocean background colors of this painting, we're going to do a gradient that goes from light to dark to the sandy color on the bottom. And I dipped my big flat brush in the white. I'm going to start at the top, and I'm going to do these curved strokes. So imagine this sort of half circle thing going on with the color white at the very top of the canvas. So this is the brightest part of our ocean water where that light would be hitting the top upper part of the water. I'm going to go down a little bit, and then I'm going to grab some of the aqua color on my brush without rinsing the white off the brush. And I'm going to gently blend that aqua back up into the white. So you see what happens when you kind of paint over it and you blend upwards, going in a curved half circle direction. You don't want to over blend that area to where the white disappears. So just blend it up a little bit and then work your way down. So we're going to eventually go all the way down the canvas, and we're going to continue to paint in these all curved stroke directions. So as I'm going down, I'm blending the white into the aqua. I even grabbed a little bit more white on my brush, and that helped to blend the aqua down. And then when I get to about almost the halfway point, I'm using almost all aqua and none of the white. So you're just going to keep painting in curved directions and grabbing a little bit of white and blending back upwards. So those bits of streaks of white in there kind of help give it that water texture and that light that's hitting that upper area of the water. And I'm going to go back up there with a little bit more white and work on that transition where that white blends to the aqua. But don't over blend it, because you want to have the streaks of white in there to give it that pretty water texture. So I'm going to continue down the canvas with this bright aqua green. I'm pretty much at the halfway point now. So I want to just keep going down with this aqua a little bit further, because I'll be blending my phthalo blues that in there. The blending of the darker blue is a little bit tricky, but we want to make sure we have a good amount of aqua there on the bottom. And of course, I'm grabbing a little bit of white, and that white helps to.
The other thing I like about StreamYard is that if there's ever
to spread it out and get it to blend some more. So without rinsing your brush, grab a little bit of phthalo on your palette and mix it with the aqua green a little bit. So this is the blue mixed with aqua green, and you really need to work this area right here. So this is where that aqua transitions to the phthalo blue. I'm painting over that area several times and working that paint, forcing it to mix together. You can see how many times I have to paint over that area. So you got to keep stroking it until that blue and aqua mesh together, because we're going from a very light color to a very dark color. Kind of a tricky transition. So you got to really work that paint to get it to blend. And I'm going to lightly blend that darker blue up into the aqua, but not too much, because we don't want to lose our pretty aqua color at the top. And so when you feel happy with the way it blended up there, you can continue your way down the canvas with more of the phthalo blue. So you're just continuing to paint in curved strokes. You don't want to change to horizontal at any point. It's going to be curved strokes all the way down the canvas. I'm grabbing a little bit of white in there, and I'm going to blend a little bit of white at the bottom. So we have that darker area, and then all of a sudden our blue gets light over here on the bottom, because we're going to be transitioning to the bottom part of our ocean floor, which is going to have that sandy color, and transitioning from that dark blue to the beige color is going to be really tricky unless we have the white. So I did a little bit of white on the bottom. You want to rinse your brush next, because we're going to be doing the sand color. So rinse all the blue and aqua and white, and load your brush in just that sand color. So this is called unbleached titanium. It's a beige sand color, and we're going to paint the floor of our ocean. So again, we're doing in the curved strokes. I'm applying that beige to the blue. It blends very nicely in that area because we added that the white in there, so it's lighter. So, but you want to work that transition area. You'll see that blue kind of drags into your beige, and that's okay if it does that. Just don't let your beige turn all the way blue. You want to keep a lot of that beige showing, but if the blue kind of seeps into it, that is okay. So I'm going to really work that transition area of the beige to that light blue. A word of advice with this beige color, it is a very strong color because there's a lot of titanium white, so it's very opaque. You only need a little bit, so a lot actually goes, a little actually goes a long way with this beige color. So just a little bit amount is all you need for this sandy area. So what I'm going to do next is kind of define my ocean floor. So the beige kind of goes flat a little bit in the middle. So I'm just going to use the tip of my brush to kind of make a flat line, and it still kind of goes up a little bit, but all I'm doing is defining where that floor is. So that floor in the distance turns a little bit blue, but I defined that part where that sand's going to be. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to put my flat brush to the side and grab a round brush. We're going to start doing some of the features in our ocean, starting with this sort of cave coral thing we have going on way in the distance. If you look really closely, there's a blue cave thing on the left. And so when we do this ocean painting, there's a lot of things that we want to paint in the distance first before we paint the things that are on the bottom and closer to us. So we're going to paint, we're going to mix blue and white together. And I'm going to use my round brush to define this cavey area right here. So I'm just going to paint a wavy line and do the base of it. And when you do the blue and white combination, it doesn't have to be the same amount. And I'm going to fill that cave in, going in circular strokes. And I'm going to add some maybe darker blue in there. So you can see how light this is. It practically blends in with the rest of the ocean because this is way in the distance. And we'll be able to paint some fun plants and seaweed that are growing on this piece of cave or coral, or whatever it may be. And I'm going to lighten up the edge of it so that we can see it better. And then I'm doing circular strokes. I'm sorry, my hand is covering that in that camera angle shot, but all I'm doing is painting in circular strokes, blending that lighter color into the cavey area. And then you want to pay attention to the base of it. So you can see where our bottom of our sandy area is. If you need to go back with some more beige to go and define that bottom area. So just grab some beige on your brush and redefine the bottom sandy area of the ocean. If you wanted to do another cave on the right side, you can, or it's one that's smaller or larger. But what we're going to do next is add some blue seaweed growing on our cave. So I'm just going to use the same brush and the same blue mixed with a little bit of white. And I'm going to start over here on the left. And I'm going to paint this. It's very similar to painting tree branches. I'm going to water it down slightly to get that flow to work a little bit better. Let's start at the bottom and brush upwards. And we're just doing this wavy line of seaweed, and it kind of wisps away up and goes to a point. And then I'm just going to have it branch off into different pieces. Notice how I'm loading my brush in some white and different amounts of blue. That'll give your blue seaweed color a little
Hi everyone. So next, it looks like Kathy Carton just stopped by. So I'm gonna add her to the stream. Here we go. Hi Kathy, how are you?
Oh, hey Zoe. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
Good. I'm glad you were able to come by. So please just tell us a little bit about your studio, your artwork, and where you are in Somerville.
Okay. So my name's Kathy Carton, and my business is Three Graces Designs. I do metalsmithing, mostly silver work. I live here in Somerville. I've lived in Somerville since 2004. I'm coming to you today from my home in Prospect Hill. I do most of my silver work at Cambridge Center for Adult Education, where I first learned silversmithing. It must be going on, I don't know, 15, 20, probably 20 years now. And there was a great instructor I had there who was trained at Mass College of Art. And we created a really awesome community. And for many, many years, I did silversmithing once a week in their open studios. And before the pandemic, I started branching out and doing some work at Artisans Asylum, which gave me a little more flexibility to do it on my schedule. And yeah, so today I just set up some stuff from home. I thought I could just show you a lot of my work. I do a lot of things in spirals or with spirals. So a lot of my pieces include spirals. I like to oxidize my pieces. I like the kind of finish with the oxidation. So
Did you have on your...
I did. So actually this started branching out with enamels maybe 2-3 years ago. And again, I took a workshop at Artisans Asylum, and I'm forgetting Barbara's last name, but she's an awesome enamelist, and she had been a high school teacher for many, many years and was offering classes there, and had the opportunity to kind of branch out and learn some enameling. And so this is one piece that I enameled and then set in silver. I've done some other pieces with enameling, and that's relatively new, and I'm still fairly inexperienced at that, but it's fun to really play around, and it adds some color to work that when I mostly work in just silver, there's not usually a lot of color. So I do a little stone setting. So I have a little piece here to show you some stone setting.
So now you have an art challenge?
No. No. So it's been a rough year. So since the pandemic, it's been really hard. I haven't been in the studio at all. So I actually had some other stuff to show you. I for many years had the opportunity every year to go to Haystack Mountain School of Arts and Crafts in Maine and experiment in a lot of different medium. And so over time there, I learned monoprinting, particularly like on jelly plates. And I had a collection of a bajillion prints that I had made over the years with nothing in mind other than the fun of, just creating. And so over the course of the pandemic, when I needed a creative outlet and couldn't get into the studio, I started making cards out of my monoprints. So this has been just my new foray into and a little bit of watercolor. It's a little hard to see in the light, but this has been how I've been, managing some creative outlet during the pandemic when I haven't had access to the studio.
Oh, yeah. Kathy, I keep hearing an echo. Can you make sure you don't have the open stream on another tab?
Okay. But okay. Hopefully, is that any better?
Yeah, that'll be better. Thanks. Great. So you haven't been able to go to your studio, but so you've been working on. Have you been working on the art instead? I mean, not.
Yeah, so mostly just experimenting and drawing. I consider myself more of a maker than an artist. knitting and silversmithing and felting, and had done a lot of that kind of work. And since it's, like I said, proven hard to be in the studio, I've been starting to experiment a little in drawing and printmaking, and that's been, yeah. And adding color, which is also kind of new for me.
Adding color.
Just using color, because I work mostly in silver, and occasionally introduce color in stones or now in the enameling, but I principally worked just in silver and just in metals. And so experimenting and learning more about color has been kind of fun through the printmaking this year.
Oh, that is right. Can you show close-ups of your work?
I have to move the computer, so let's see how that goes. Is that any better?
Yeah, no, I can see it. That's good.
See some of the
Well, that's neat, yeah.
pieces. You can see a lot of the spirals. You can see a lot of things in spirals.
And do you have a website?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a website?
I have an Etsy page.
Okay.
So you can find me at 3 Graces Designs at Etsy.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So is this like your first time with Somerville Open Studios, or you've done it a whole bunch?
Oh, no, I've done it on and off again for many, many years. So, I live in a multifamily building, so it's a little hard to show here, although I did do it on my front porch one year. When I first did Open Studios, it had to be like the mid-2000s. My sister was living in Davis Square, and so 2 or 3 years in a row, I showed from her driveway, which worked out really nicely. And then in a number of times more recently, I've been at the Armory and showed from one of the group spaces, which is really, which is a really nice opportunity for those of us who don't have our own studio or a space we can really show out of.
That's great.
Yeah. So maybe next year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Next year will probably be a lot different. Final question. So if you could present your art anywhere, like in the world or in the US, where would it be and what would it be about, do you think?
There's so many great places to go. That's so hard. And that's been one of the things that's been hardest this, there have been a lot of things that have been challenging this year, but I really do miss being able to travel. And it's made me really appreciate the fact that I've had opportunity to go so many places in the world. I don't know, if I was doing the metal smithing, I'd have to look into that a little bit more, because I'm sure there are so many great places to go and apprentice and learn from other cultures or how they manage metals. But the first thing that came to mind, and I know you've been asking folks about this all day, but the first thing came to mind was Italy. Not for any particular reason other than I just have really enjoyed the couple times I've visited there, and would love to explore more, and think that, arts, you can't go wrong in
Probably not.
So that's the first thing that comes to mind. But if I was going to do metalsmithing, I'd really have to explore that a little more.
Do you travel to other do you travel to other art shows with your jewelry? Or?
Not so much lately, or even before the pandemic. I only do this very part-time, and I travel a lot for work. So it's challenging to manage during this part-time. So I sort of relied on my Etsy page recently, but it'd be nice to occasionally do that. And that's why I love Somerville Open Studios so much, to have that, potential opportunity at least once in a while.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. Well, thanks so much for stopping by in our
I
live
appreciate
meeting.
the time, Zoe. It's really great of you to dedicate your whole afternoon to doing this, so thank you.
Oh, sure. It's been so much fun hearing about all the interesting art that everyone's doing. Thanks, Kathy, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay.
And if anybody wants to visit her, you can see her BoothCentral site or go straight to her website.
Thanks,
Thanks so
Zoe.
much. Okay, bye. Okay, so I think we have either one or two more guests. I'm going to look into this.
Hello, everybody. My name is Adam LaFay. I'm a painter working out of the historic Brick Bottom Artist Building located just outside of Union Square in Somerville. Thank you for coming today to check out my work at this year's Somerville Open Studios. I paint whatever I like. So I do landscapes, cityscapes, oceanscapes. I do boats, flowers, pretty houses, trucks, fruit, crystals, candy, junk food, junk, strip malls, meat, ugly houses, tractors, bodegas, bread, seashells, donuts, my recycling, my junk food, my leftovers, my tuna fish, my peanut butter and jelly sandwich, my fluffernutter sandwich, my pie, my dirty laundry, my dirty dishes, and sometimes my work is about memory and nostalgia and creating a sense of place, especially my landscapes. Sometimes it's about the seduction and distraction of packaging and shiny things. And oftentimes it's simply a record or a diary or a little postcard of a place that I have visited. I'm always trying to find the stuff that is beautiful and interesting in whatever I'm painting. You know, even if the subject isn't a conventionally pretty object. You know, there's a certain beautiful stillness in an old abandoned house, or how the light reflects off of a crumpled up old tin can. That's what I'm always trying to show the viewer. I paint primarily from life. In the studio, I set up my objects and I paint them right here at my easel. And my landscapes are mostly painted plein air, which means that I set up on site and paint what's right in front of me. Yes, most of my paintings are for sale. Please reach out to me via my contact page and we can chat about the details. You can follow me on Instagram for my most up-to-date work, and you can check out my website at adamsartwork.me. That's all the time that I've got for today. Thank you for coming to Open Studio.
Okay.
I'm Steve Pomeroy.
Oh,
I'm an engineer and artist based in Somerville, Massachusetts. I work with a bunch of different
Okay. Hi, everyone. Looks like we're down to the last 2 interviews. Next, we will have Beads Without End with Pat. So I'm about to move us into the studio. Hi, Pat. How are you?
Driveway. Yeah, and me too. Martha
Yes,
too.
I'm here. Don't get dizzy. I'm Pat Iverson. This is my virtual sister and partner in beads, Martha Forsyth. And now I'm going to rotate, going to see our setup, and there's 2 customers and bead lady number 3, Catherine Black, in the purple top. Don't get dizzy. Here we turn. That's Catherine standing there, and 2 customers just leaving. It's a lovely day. We are set up under 2 10x10 tents in my driveway.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Oh.
Have people been stopping by?
So, do you want to ask questions, or shall I babble a bit?
You can go ahead and just tell us a little bit about your studio, how long you've been in Somerville, that kind of thing.
Okay, let's see. I'm the one who lives here. A century and a half. I'm the one who lives here at 14 Gussie Terrace, and I've been here almost about 36 years, doing various things. We are Beads Without End, primarily doing crocheted beadwork, as in, yes, crocheting like knitting, mostly with seed beads. This is not the best color example, but little tiny seed, usually little tiny seed beads and a thread. We started out using crochet cotton. We use polyester because it doesn't rot. Little crochet hook, and mostly we make bracelets because they're like potato chips. You know that it's hard to stop at one. And while we can make necklaces and other things, there's a lot less invested in, so the bracelets, necklaces, earrings, other stuff. Let's see.
I had somebody who wanted a bracelet that looked like an Eastern milk snake, so I looked up Eastern milk snakes.
That's how Martha learned about Google. I came over. I'm gonna say Martha lives quite close to where I used to have a day job. And so, she mentioned this order and how do we find out what an Eastern milk snake looks like? And I said, let's Google it. Google was fairly new to us at that time. She said, what's that? So we went Googling. I remember went Googling for what an Eastern milk snake looked like, and Martha came up with the pattern.
And this is their back, but their belly has smaller spots.
Put a little higher up. We can't see.
A little higher.
Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, looks like a snake. Yeah.
Has smaller spots.
Yeah, I don't
know. On a grid the size I'm working on, you can't make the spots as irregular as a real snake is, but the impression is quite fine. I've had people recognize it from across the room. And how do I get the belly to stay the belly? I use smaller beads there. You probably can't tell that, but the little flower beads are shorter and smaller than the others, so that keeps it on the inside.
Oh, okay.
So the necklace I'm wearing is variations of the same crocheted beads technique. Excuse me, with the fringes sewn in, but that's basically all bead crochet as well.
Wow. Oh, wow. That looks very complex.
But so then we make earrings that most of them aren't crocheted, but people understand earrings. We make necklaces. We make other fun things. I also do rug hooking. Martha was quite into origami for a while. There were some origami earrings. Catherine does things with coins. Take coins and then make jewelry.
Oh, wow, that's a great idea. Yeah, that's great.
So the bead crochet, we say the bracelets are very user friendly because they roll on and off. They flex and stretch.
Oh, yeah.
The clasp, and they're tougher than they look. It's a technique that Martha and I were shown by a girl in a village in Bulgaria, summer of '94. That was the year 5 of us were on vacation sort of together in Bulgaria.
Oh, wow.
Martha has a book that was published by University of Sofia Press. So Martha was in Bulgaria for a little more than a month, having to do with, she went ahead for having to do with the publication of the book. And then, having to do with everybody's available time and other commitments. About 2 weeks after Martha went, her husband and I came to Bulgaria and traveled around for a week. And the next week, my ex-husband and another friend of ours arrived. And about a week after that, Martha and I came home. And a week after that, the other three came home. So this was our vacation sort of together in Bulgaria. First, 1994, in that first week, Dick and Martha and I were in a village called Cernica, staying with a friend
who was a school teacher.
And
we knew it was done in that village because I'd seen people for a gas stop on a previous trip wearing the beadwork and asked them where I could learn about it. And they told me they came from Cernica and anybody there could show us how to do it.
Wow. Have you guys been back since?
We were staying with in another village had a sister in Cernica, and she was a school teacher. So she went out in the summer. She went out and found one of her students who took some time off from getting the hay in to come and show us how to do it. And I still have the memory of this person. I can't remember her face, but I can remember the look as she reached into her pocket and pulled out a handful of strings of beads and crochet hook, and she's proceeded to spill the beads out onto a plate, lick the thread and stick it through each bead. And then she showed us how to do the work, and she came back later when she had one finished enough to show us how to join it together.
Now, through all of this,
now this is being done in Bulgaria.
This is in Bulgaria, being demonstrated. And like I say, this is the scale of the size of the hook, the size of the thread, the size of the beads. Martha's sitting in the hot seat, crocheting. Her Bulgarian is better. My crochet was better. That my traveling project for a couple of years had been some lace, crocheted lace. So I was like, oh, it needs a little hook. I have a fistful of them in my bag.
So I think we won our entry by that.
Martha sat in the hot seat. I watched over her shoulder. We came back and later attempted to reconstruct what we'd been shown, and then develop it farther. Like
why does it do what it does?
Figuring out how to figure out patterns and all of that, and we really got going on it in early '95. And while we don't bead as obsessively as we did early on, we became beads without end, as combination of when it's sewn together, you can't find the join, that it's endless. And as our husbands said, if they're breathing, they're beading. We're not quite as obsessive about beading all the time, but still, the three of us don't necessarily wait well. And
so I've got a work box that I carry around in my purse, and I've got a couple of things, part way done or ready to go at any time. I actually sit in the dentist chair and work, a stitch or two at a time. It helps me with my nerves.
And me, especially traveling, but if I know I'm going to be waiting,
I
say all my fidgeting goes into my fingers and comes out as something, I enjoy the process and I enjoy the product. And I know there's people who make crocheted, beaded jewelry, crocheting with wire. And
it hurts my hands to think about it.
I've seen some things done with that technique that I actually quite like the looks of, but there, nothing has inspired me enough to jump to want to do it. I like the feel of what I make, both as I'm doing it and when it's done. And the three of us, people aren't eaters. Even the first time Martha brought back a couple of these bracelets, they did not scream, love me, squeeze me, take me home. When I first saw them, I came to it more as, oh, this is crocheting taken to another direction. Fine.
Now, I have a question. Did you ever bring the things back to Bulgaria to show them how you progressed?
Well, not so much how we'd progressed, but like I say, 94, three of us were in this village and learned how.
We never saw that girl again.
We never saw her again.
We didn't have any contact with her, but certainly the people who led us to her two of whom have been here actually at our invitation.
Yeah, but in 1995, Martha led a Bulgarian tour through the Folk Art Center of New England. It was basically is it 4 years now or 5 years?
5 years.
There's a big pan-Bulgarian folk festival in a village called Koprivstica.
Yes.
I dare you to say that one. And Martha led a tour of Bulgaria that was going to, one of the high points of it was going to that festival. And since we were at that point obsessively bead crocheting, we did every part of the process on the bus. We taught some of our bus mates. We taught we showed girls in some of the places that we visited how we did it.
On a moving bus on Bulgarian bumpy
But also,
roads.
I wonder if I can find the album that we put together for the Folk Arts Center presentation. We have pictures from that year of like me. Actually, that picture technically was from a later day. It was at Pierinpeye. But, we have pictures of me sitting at a Bulgarian festival with several Bulgarian girls in costumes because they're in performing groups, looking as I'm showing them. I knew enough words in Bulgarian at that point to talk them through, and they're much more accustomed to learning things by watching.
And they tend to know crochet.
Yeah. So we have taken it back to other villages in Bulgaria.
Oh, that's so cool.
Both friends of ours and just people who happen to be there, how to do this.
And he's done more of that. He
Yeah.
has a Bulgarian friend who's
right. That it's not done everywhere in Bulgaria, but there are some places do it. And some of
it as a continuing tradition.
Yes.
Those places tend to be the places with the Bulgarian Muslim population, and they have just done it for centuries.
And also, like the Turkish word or name for this stuff, a lot of people call it prison work. And you'll see Turkish prisoner of war beadwork, but even into modern times, this is something that prisoners have been taught. Martha has a friend who is not from Muslim village, but she has a bead crocheted necklace, and the story was her husband made it when he was in prison. Now, thinking nowadays it was probably as a political prisoner, but still, all over the former Ottoman Empire, it's liable to be a craft that men were taught to do in prison.
Wow.
You can see things on been on eBay sometimes, interestingly funky pieces.
Snakes and such like.
Well, not just snakes, or
Lizards
cigarette holders, cigarette cases,
Beaded with designed beads
that people did when they were in prison using this technique.
Oh wow, that's a really cool story. Thanks for sharing that.
I'm tell her your gas station story. It's too funny.
Oh yeah, when I forget how many years ago when I was working full time, and on my way to work in Waltham, excuse me, it's all the tree pollen and dust. Stopped in a gas station that no longer exists on Route 60, and fellows filling it up. So I'm sitting there with my car turned off, so I'm crocheting, and the fellow looks in and said, "Were you in prison?" And I looked at him and said, "Are you from Turkey?" And he said, "No, Lebanon." But at that time, I only knew it as like Turkish prisons.
Yeah.
But this was, were you in prison? No.
But her knowing enough to make that connection and come right back.
Oh, because he saw your beadwork, he thought you were in prison because you learned it or something out there.
Because she was doing the beadwork, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like I'm sure it was partially joking, but here I am doing prison work. Was I in prison? And like I say, I don't know Turkish, but I have seen articles that claim that the Turkish name for this is prison work. So there we are. So what would you like to know?
So you've probably been in a bunch of Somerville Open Studios.
Yeah. Let's see. Probably 17 years ago was our first.
Okay.
Off by a year. It's like, what year did my ex leave? And then the year my ex left,
It's more than a dozen.
early in the year, we decided, all we need is one room clean and we can do this. So I think it was 17 years ago Martha and I did our first SOS.
And then they got me into it the following year.
And so done it every year with there was no SOS last year.
Yeah, that's true.
And in 2009, I was having my leukemia adventure. And so Catherine and Martha did it under a tent in my driveway while I was in the hospital.
Because she was coming home soon from a transplant and we didn't want to let strangers in the house.
Yeah. To
right. Yeah.
be welcome, look at things. I'm in the video interview, but no, not shop. Feel free, Catherine can handle any questions you have. Far be it from us to prevent people from looking at our work.
That's great. I'm glad that you're having a lot of
so basically continuously we have done it. I have something else to show off just because I can. One of the other things I list, can I say? I came to this as a person, a textile person and folk costume person who likes to wear jewelry. Oh, it's a crochet technique. I became a beader. And occasionally I step out into other techniques because they are required to do something I want to do. But one of the other things I do, I say, traditional rug hooking. I get to say my mother was a hooker for a long time. And,
we're sort of wedged in
on
here.
the Somerville Open Studios website. I have one of the pictures posted is a portrait of my mother with one of my cats on her shoulders from a photo that Martha took. However, for current work in progress for hooking, it's going to be multimedia because it's going to have beadwork on it. This is self-portrait 1.0.
Oh yeah, wow. I don't lose my marbles. I trade them for beads.
That's my hand. It will be wearing. There will be an arm
holding some beads.
There will be clothing. It will be wearing beadwork that I did, but that's
cool. That's so fun. Okay.
Traditional rug hooking and mixed media, and
that is neat.
And with the rug hooking, I make little ornaments and pins sometimes, usually out of scraps left over from other projects. But at some point I decided, gee, if I'm making pins to sell, I don't have to only use leftover scraps. I can use new pieces.
Several of them have gone this weekend, have been sold.
Yeah. And Martha, you talk about origami. I'll go get
a couple of them. The outside, but I'm trapped in by the leg of the table. Okay. Yeah.
So you do origami?
This is not exactly origami, but it is a paper technique. The Moravian star ornament, do you know that familiar to you? It's an 8-pointed star and it has little curly things in the middle. Maybe not. We'll bring one over in a minute. What I do is half of that.
Ooh. Oh, pretty. Oh, yeah. How pretty.
So anyway, and I've done another one. There's another technique where you make out of strips of paper. You take a strip of paper and you wind it around itself twice in a triangle and make another one, and then you take another strip of paper and weave them together. So the first basic unit is the triangle with flowers, with other triangles off the corners that make it look like a flower.
Oh,
I've made earrings that way, but it's a bit, if you're only using strips of paper that are 1/8 of an inch wide, it's hard.
Wow. Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
And I just went over and took 2 pins off the board. This one is made with just traditional rug hooking, using thin strips of wool fabric. And
can you bring it a little closer?
Backing.
Can you bring Pat? Can you bring it a little closer to the camera?
Let's see, like that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And so it's a pin that you put on your coat or something, or
for clothing. And the very first one we ever sold, the person wanted it on a beret, rather. She wanted to wear it as a fascinator. So the very first one, we Catherine unfortunately had some small barrette that could be used as a finding, and melted the hot glued a new one. Yeah, yes, I bonded with my hot glue, my glue gun for the very first time making pins. And this is another one combining a little bit of rug hooking with a rug technique called Pradi.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah.
Pradi is really
to your right.
Yeah,
To your right.
Yes, I'm not looking in a mirror. It's hard looking at myself on screen.
No, you're doing good. You're good.
One of the flowers that.
Oh wow.
So little pins, and then one of the things I discovered, we have some of the elastic headbands that are like oversized hair elastics. When it wasn't quite this pandemic long, they said you could take one of these headbands and put it so it would hide even in really short hair, and then there's like one of those, any pin you owned could become a hair ornament. Of course, if your hair is long, you can attach them to a barrette or something else, but this worked even for people with crazy short hair. Any pin you own can be a hair ornament if you have a band to attach it to.
That's true. That's true.
What would you like to know?
You wanted 5 minutes. We've given you at least 20. What else would you like? We're having fun.
Yeah. No, this is really interesting. Yeah. Let's see. So how do you think the festival has changed over the years, would you say?
Well, there's certainly more people participating.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. We don't always get to participate in the other events.
Oh, right, because you're manning the booth. Yes, I understand.
Things about being an SOS artist is not getting out to a lot of the other people's studios.
Oh, yeah, that's maybe one of the disadvantages, right?
People come see us.
Yeah, that's fun, right?
But in some ways, as SOS got bigger, which is great, traffic often tended to go to the bigger buildings, that are.
I know. I remember going
all-time highest traffic. But
right.
over the years, we got when Open Studios was small, we got a larger percentage of the traffic.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's never been bad.
Right.
The various things, the number of other events involved, the amount of information on the website, things have grown and improved. I keep saying
except for this year, but
this
they
year,
couldn't decide until very last.
This year had to be last minute, and it's been amazing and amazingly good what's managed to happen.
I think we're all amazed at how well you guys did at pulling it together on short notice and being patient with the zillions of questions, which we're responsible for a few of.
Oh no, I think we were responsible for 40 or 50 at least.
Well, what percentage that was, who knows?
Oh, that's true. Okay.
But
we're terrible. We ask a lot of questions.
Oh, that's okay. No, questions are always good.
I've been doing it for a long time, but do I really know how it's changed?
We don't have an overview because we're doing it.
Yeah, no, as long as you're having fun, that's the main thing. Okay, one last question. How about a fun question? If you guys could go on do an art tour, or you could do an exhibit somewhere in the US or in the world, where would it be and what would it be about?
What, another trip to Toronto? No, in 1995, there was an exhibit at the Textile Museum in Toronto of Macedonian wedding dresses and other things. It was called From Baba's Hope Chest. And I drove from here, and two friends of ours came from Pittsburgh. And so 4 women without their husbands spent the weekend in Toronto.
Well, it was a long weekend, or 4 days.
It was a long weekend. you
It's
know,
like eating,
shopping,
shopping, and
whatnot.
museum our way through.
The museum opened at about noon on Sunday. We were sitting there when it opened.
Sitting on the sidewalk waiting for them to open.
In we went as soon as they were open. We saw
We were
maybe
the last to leave.
We were the last to leave. They actually kept the gift shop open for about a half an hour later because we were shopping. They really wanted us to spend money, and we did.
So maybe Toronto would be a good place.
Yeah, Toronto would be
It
good.
would depend on what's happening. Where
Yeah.
that would be what
Yeah.
would draw for me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if we knew of a particularly good show happening somewhere, I'd like to go there.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
We'd have to cross the border into Canada, get out of the country. Ha ha.
Hard for me to think, where would I like to put on a show? I could think about, I could think of shows I'd like to see, or, you know, okay, you know, I let myself have the week out at Vovstuga, Becky Ashenden's weaving school in Shelburne Falls.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
for all the textile things I do and want to do, you know, for decades, it's like I want to learn to weave. You know, have I done much with it? No, but you know, so like, there's what would I go to learn? And I know more about than you know, where would I want to exhibit? I don't know.
Well, think about it, you know, just something to think about, right?
You got three of us stumped.
Maybe you would go somewhere and, you know, like how in Bulgaria you picked up beading, you would end up picking up some other art, you know?
Yeah. Oh dear.
There enough times, but the main thrust of my visits has been recording old songs from old ladies because I'm interested in the traditional village singing, not so much what the choirs do, but what the people do because nobody taught them how to do it except their elders.
You know, they grew up doing it.
Yes. And why the old ladies? Because they're the ones who did it when they were growing up. You couldn't grow up without learning to sing if you were a girl. Your singing ability was part of your marriage ability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So some people sang better than others, but everybody sang.
So you record that.
And also in some ways being a good singer isn't vocal quality so much as knowing texts, knowing
the
songs.
And because the texts, long texts particularly, you don't memorize them all the way through. You learn the story and you put it together on the spot. So usually they sing in two groups. One group sings a verse and another group repeats the verse, and then the first group goes on to another verse and so forth. So somebody in the first group has to be good at putting together ways to signal her buddies as to what she's going to sing.
Oh, okay.
You were that person. You were a damn good singer. The woman I wrote a book about, and the woman I wrote a book about was, even as a young child, she was not young child, but as before she got to be marriageable age, she is a young woman. She was asked to lead the singing because she was a particularly good singer.
Oh, okay. Well, it seems like we've gotten a little bit off track, but that's okay. It's very interesting.
Together, how did we get, you know, why were we in Bulgaria and learned this? Because Martha was having a book, the biography and repertoire of this Bulgarian singer.
We've completed the circle now.
Right. Okay, good. Well, I'm so glad that you were able to join us on BoothCentral Virtual, and hope to see you next year too, okay?
Yep.
Great.
Permitting.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have one more guest, Katya, and she will be coming shortly, so just be patient. Great. So next we have Katya.
I didn't have to meet visitors, but I really enjoyed visiting my co-workers, colleagues.
Hi, Katya. You're live now.
Hello. I also spent yesterday walking around Somerville with my puppets, so I wasn't exactly part of this environment. So today I was learning and just learning about different artists who are around me in Somerville. So I really enjoyed myself. It's really great, I think, environment, virtual environment. It's easy to access and it's very engaging. So I enjoyed myself a lot.
Can you tell us a little bit about your art and your studio and where you are in Somerville? Can you hear me?
I'm listening to someone else. There's someone else talking.
Oh, you don't hear me?
Yeah, now I hear you, yeah, but then she was talking also about how she didn't get any visitors.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Anyway, well, I'm an artist. I come from former Soviet Union. I came to US in 90s. I went to Rhode Island School of Design, and then I first became interested in graphic design because painting and drawing has been with me for a long time, since my childhood. My father is an artist. You can see some of his wall behind me. He's a metalsmith, and so I worked. I basically started on this path because of him. So I would go to art school and I'd get big assignments, and I would do things like this. My grandfather owned a farm in Estonia, on the border of Estonia and Latvia, and I would spend summers and I would create a lot of work. This is a much later piece, but my pieces would be a lot, inspired by architecture and drawing. And the Russian School of Drawing is very, very strong. So we would spend a lot of time learning how to draw well. So when I came to US, it was kind of a surprise that people are not so focused on it. And I got into RISD with full scholarship because I could draw so well, But when I got there, I realized that people are not so instructed. There's a lot of freedom and a lot of interest in concept. And I kind of felt like, oh, what am I doing? So it was a bit of that's another piece I just did recently. It's kind of all reflected, but there's a lot of watercolors and pieces on my website, and also in BoothCentral, and also in Somerville Open Studios site. And so the time went by, and I was working a lot with watercolor. And I really liked watercolor. And at RISD, I ended up running away from painting department, where I felt so kind of undirected. And I started studying graphic design. And so I kind of mix and match at this point. I worked a lot as a graphic designer, and I was staying away from the art world, and intentionally didn't want to join this bourgeois gallery world. I wanted to be a kind of a hardworking graphic designer who uses art. This is a present for my dad. I just see hanging out there. Hold on a second. Maybe I'll be able to just show it quickly. Well, maybe not. My father is very good with attaching things. So yes.
Behind you?
So I use behind me. There's
a blue interesting thing.
Yeah. So there's some puppets I set up just to show. So later on, I started experimenting with performance, and I went to Russian school. It was 2 hours from Moscow. It was like it was more for actors, but there's a lot of interest in puppets. So one director was working with puppets, and I learned a little bit how to do this kind of inventions which can exist in real time. So performance, and that interest in performance coincided with me starting to teach for New England Conservatory, where I became like a sole artist who teaches in liberal arts department. So I had complete freedom to invent my own curriculum. So I started experimenting with people, my students, who were so much performance based, and also musicians, and performance textures. And so time based things was not my thing before, so it was like a new thing, and I really was happy to be able to do that work in the context of that department. It was very interesting. And so then I started collaborating with musicians and doing shadow performances, and with just sound, also learning instruments. And the first one I was trying to learn was upright bass. I have some education from long time ago in piano, which has to do with classical music. But so some knowledge I have, but I'm always learning in that department. Definitely, it's not easy, but it's very interesting.
And didn't you say that you spent some time this summer with puppets, or last summer, right?
Some other person keeps coming in. She's reacting actually to what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, you just ignore her, but I'm just saying that I mean,
oh, it might be, yeah. Anyway, I'll try to ignore that other voice.
Didn't you say you went to Bread and Puppets or something?
So I by some kind of sheer coincidence and chance of pandemic kind of situation, we decided to leave and go north, and we ended up in Vermont last summer. And I happened to be next to Bread and Puppet Theater, and there, I found a lot of inspiration. I was helping out as an usher, and I was part of some performance acts in the circus. And in spite of pandemic, somehow Bread and Puppet kept on going. And I already knew some people because I contributed to some work, to Great Small Works, which is led by Trudy and John Bell, and they're both really amazing artists. And John is in the head of Honk Festival, and does amazing work on Yukon, which is there's an amazing puppet department there in Connecticut. So I already kind of knew a lot of things, but being in Vermont and being there and being next to Peter Schumann, and seeing this in physical world, right next, and in the middle of all this nature, was an incredible inspiration. And I became close with some of these people who are doing it, and I talked to Peter Schumann a lot, and thus I made this Petrushka as kind of an experiment. And then I also made this old man, he's right. Yeah, this one, yeah. So he's very big, and the structure is very simple. It's just a backpack, so you can just wear him. And the last one, I think, is the devil. He's right here. Yeah, he's fun, and that's a funny part. This graphic is me drawing my dad, who is working in Moscow apartment. The apartment was burned because he was trying to do some metal work, and the apartment burned, and the Society of Artists of Moscow gave him a new studio.
Oh wow!
Which which he worked until they left. He worked in that studio, and he had a cat, and it was a lot of fun. But my work with puppet, yeah. Thank you. Bye. Bye. That's weird. Zoe, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I guess I was supposed to somehow close my booth, but I don't know.
Oh,
if I'm
no worries.
Well, I guess she kept asking me questions at the same time as we were talking.
Oh, I get it.
And I was like, what the hell is happening? I think it was Ivana. She's a photographer.
Oh, right.
Just
She's another artist. Yeah, we had her yesterday. Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, that's a short story, kind of.
So, can you tell us a little bit about so just so everybody knows, Katya was the one that designed the Somerville Open Studios like graphic for this year. How did you come up with that graphic?
Well, I happen to be inspired by Neville Brody, the designer who was very prolific in the 80s and was actually the first designer who played with Photoshop and type. And he had a fantastic project, and he branded a lot of fashion industry. And Terry DeVideo, who is also doing design for Somerville Open Studios, she also likes him. So we're both inspired by this big type and this kind of negative positive form. And so I tried to do that. I just kind of went into this direction because I thought that it needs to be bold, and I love seeing big type. So, and also I was trying to get away from SOS being kind of the same, like reminding us of SOS, which is an emergency signal during times, emergency
Right,
times. So,
SOS. Yeah. Okay.
SOS.
Yeah.
So I was trying to kind of break that reading, of capitals being next to each other. So yeah, and then green came in because green is one of good colors and also friends with orange, and looks good next to orange. I don't know, and also it's a color of green energy, of kind of new things.
And did you also design or you came up with the map too, or?
Well, the map was, it was already designed for years before, but I had to modify it. Yeah, I had to find where the artists are, because the numbers change each year.
Right.
So yeah, I worked on the map. I worked on banners. I worked on physical banners and digital banners. I worked on the website together with the website group, which is Aram and Matt Carano. Is working with the back end of it, and I'm more of a UI designer, so I'm more worried about how things look and how they get accessed through the interface. So it's a lot of experimentation, and the year is not simple. So I'm so happy that things look good and they worked out, and every one of us, worked so hard, but it all came together.
Yeah. And didn't you did, I don't know, is it still open, the Topia? Like, can people still visit?
Yes. Yeah, the Topia is a cool another experiment. It's completely virtual. It's a great environment which was designed by Burning Man crowd, and they did such a great job with little drawings and little things you find there. So please come out and check it out. It's going to be open for another couple of months. And if you have questions, you can always email. There's a little question mark, and in all four corners of the Topia world, you can click on it and you get to contact page, and you see Topia email.
Okay, I just put the Topia website on, and I can put it in a banner too. This will be fun. Here we go.
Yeah, so basically, if I chat to you, would you see it? Yeah, exactly. That's right. I already learned it by heart, but it's basically it. Yeah. So as long as you type in topia.io/digital-bloom, and food and drink are there waiting for you. Digital food and drink.
And there's you can do a little dance while you're there.
You can do a little dance. Rolling Stones is still playing along with Brian Eno, which is attached to Liz Lamanche's beautiful sculpture. And there's all kinds of different adventures which you can experience, along with porta potties, which are specially put for you. one of the corners of the space. So please come out. Yeah, it will be cool.
It'll be really fun. So, so thanks so much for all your hard work on BoothCentral and for Somerville Open Studios.
Thank you.
It's like, and if other people see this and they're like, oh wow, I wish I could get involved. Yes, we're always looking for volunteers, so please help come volunteer.
And in fact, I did ask just out of my own, and Jen Fitchell, she's one of the artists, and she volunteered to help me with Topia. So thank you, Jen, for doing all this work at the last minute, with me. And another person came all the way from JP, Lucas, and he also deserves credit. And I was going to, I'm about to put this thank you note. I know that a lot of photos people took of the puppets yesterday, going through Somerville, and I'm going to look out for some images. It all would be not possible without help of other people, so it's wonderful to acknowledge them.
Right. Well, thanks so much. Thanks for stopping by.
And Zoe deserves a huge credit for actually organizing this very BoothCentral together with Terry DVD. So applause. Great work. It's a wonderful environment, and we definitely should do it again, even if pandemic will be gone. I think it's a great opportunity.
Yeah, I think so too. Peter was also saying that that we should keep doing BoothCentral maybe another year even, because people really enjoy it, and at least it's, even though we want obviously want the local Somerville, but it's nice to be able to share it with our families and friends who aren't in Somerville. So.
Yeah, and what I have to say is, in spite of how people feel about this digital world and how they have had to deal with this video windows, and you learn a lot, like the connection I have with my synchronous students who live in China. It's very different connection from people who come to my class, because with the synchronous students, I actually get to talk one-on-one and see their questions and needs, and it's more intimate. And the people who come to class, which also digital class right now, but they just come and they do things with me and then leave. So there's something about this BoothCentral and this video kind of medium as communication, this real-time connection with one person in such a kind of controlled environment. I think it's a great thing, for learning about the process, the artist, the thoughts, it's I think even New England Conservatory instructors, faculties realize that there's a lot of benefit in this for education. Great. Also. So we'll do it again. All
right. Well, thanks so much, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. And
bye
everyone.
Bye.
So that's the end of our live streaming part of BoothCentral, and I hope you enjoyed it. And please visit our website. I'll put it in the chat. The rest of the day, I'll just have the previous videos show up. Thanks, everyone, and enjoy your day. So for the last 15 minutes, I'm just going to share with you a little bit of the video from yesterday.
Looking at museum.
Oh, okay, great, great. And you've been there the whole time, the whole 20 years, or?
I've been there 30 something
Oh,
years.
wow.
Since
Oh,
19.
wow, that's great.
Yeah. Time.
And tell us a little bit about your art.
Well, I approach it mostly I'm trying to communicate an idea combined with a feeling for the work. And I suggest people go to my website and you'll see all the years of work there. I do a lot of birds. Birds to me are emotional states, reflecting emotional states. And lately, I've been really interested in making birds that are flying free on the canvas. Often in the past, they've been more contemplative. I do political artwork occasionally, looking at American history and its failures in many ways, or its cruelties. Have a lot of paintings looking at the settling of the West and the violence, and looking at ways to maybe try to transform that, not only creatively, but I'm a lifelong peace activist as well. That's a very important part of my life. I do a lot of trees, and to me, I mean, the beauty of a tree, the way the branches reach toward the sky, it's never ending how many ways there are to look at that and get it down on a canvas in a very precise and delicate way.
So I love doing those. I do a few winter trees every year. I do spring trees. I'm often influenced by music, so I make a lot of paintings that have a reference to a song or perhaps to a musician. Some of my more recent work is I did a painting that I call Homage to the Band, and I painted all the members of the band with Dylan in the corner because it was his band. And one of the things that inspired me to make that painting was I read about how in their early days they were booed, had all kinds of things thrown at them because their music was ahead of where people were in understanding it and relating to it. And I was like, well, if that doesn't tell the story of every artist, what does? You're always kind of floating in your own space, and maybe people will like it and maybe they won't, and maybe they'll relate and maybe they won't. Oh, I can't hear you.
Okay. Oh, I bet the current political, gave you a lot of ideas maybe, or?
Well, yeah, it's nothing new to me, nothing new. I mean, just, I don't know really how to say it. I'm aware of what the police do. I'm aware that they are very much, the fraternal organizations of the police support the Ku Klux Klan in Massachusetts. They send a lot of money.
Wow.
And I'm aware, and it's very painful to me.
Can you show some examples of your art?
How would I do that? I have my website up. Is there a way to share my
Oh, yeah. I think you can share your screen.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Share screen. Okay. Oh, 2 monitors. Well, I don't know how to work, but I'm happy to try to share. Choose what to share. A window. Yes. Share that. Can you see it? So let me go to some older posts. So Western series. This is a painting I did called How I Cried for Joseph. It's one of my favorite personal paintings, and it comes from the poem and his poetic words when he said, "Hear me, my chiefs, I am tired, my heart is sick and sad. From where the sun now stands, I will fight no more forever," when he was defeated. Finally, in his run through Idaho and into Canada, chased by the US military.
Wow, yeah, that's really nice. Yeah.
And I have other paintings that are along these lines. There's this one, Ruin and Whitney. This one just, I put the canvas on the wall and I saw the painting. And it felt like it was being given to me because of the strugglings I had about what was the indigenous people across this country. And, Wounded Knee, one of the final massacres of the Indians and militarily. They still exist. They still exist across the country. Their population has grown in the past 50, 60 years. Still suffer disproportionate poverty and alcoholism and a lot of tuberculosis religions, but the people are, and I was very very glad when the pipeline struggle, even though it became a political football, but the pipeline struggle brought so many people out, so many young people, and it's really, the Indians were taken from their families and from their tribes and placed in these terrible schools and not allowed to speak their language, and that in 1985, believe it or not, recently. So the young people today, they're really the couple of generations and suffer being uprooted. So yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead. So ask anything you want.
Okay. Oh, okay. Let's see. So you do painting, right?
Yeah.
Do you do other art too, or that's your main
Collage. I do some collage. I was
collage?
paper work. I don't photograph it though.
Oh yeah, you know there was that blue picture is really cool. The one in the lower right. It looks really cool. Yeah, that
This
one.
one?
Yeah.
Let's see what I called it. Blue moon. Right. Right. Blue moon. I remember making that. So there's two moons and that's a blue moon.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The second one is the blue moon, even if it's not blue. So I struggle toward abstract. It's really interesting to me.
I'm here. Sorry.
Okay. Well, a lot of this work is moving into more abstract efforts, and then I have some newer ones that I can pop up right here. These were a lot of fun for me to do, and they're all titled. They all mean something to me in different ways. These are on view at the Bow Street Market, the bird series. This is what I mean about the birds flying free, that I'm really interested in, making birds that just feel like they are in motion against the sky. And some more of the abstractions. Oh, and this painting just kind of emerged. It's in my little video that I did. I call it Dragon Flanders, and it's about the scourge of war. And it just emerged really when I was dissatisfied with a different painting. And that happens, and it always is a wonderful thing when a painting emerges almost spontaneously out of dissatisfaction with something else. So those become very important paintings to me. I can't hear you.
Sophia, I have one last question for you. Let's go side by side. So this is just like a fun question, but if you could travel anywhere and put on an exhibit, like international exhibit, what country would you do it, and what would it be about?
What country would it be? Well, it would be, I think, right here in Somerville.
Okay.
Because Somerville has been the place for me to do a lot of my life's work. And I would love to be able to do that at some point. But
like a whole retrospective of all your
yeah. To me, I wouldn't know how to go about asking to please show my work. I mean, I've done that. Oh, no. That's okay. But if I had my choice, it would be right here.
Oh, that's nice to hear. Yeah.
In the Ville. And hope next year we can do our traditional walk around.
Right. Thank you. It's been a pleasure talking to you. And
thank you so much for all the work you've done.
Oh, yeah. Good luck on BoothCentral. So you'll be around tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow, 3 to 4, yes.
Oh, 3 to 4. Okay, great.
Thank you so much. All right. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
So next up, I'm hoping to talk to Ivana. I need to figure that out, so I'm going to do some videos in the meantime.
Well, I won't be performing magic, but I will be painting. I'll be painting 6 hours a day, both Saturday and Sunday. I will be here in my studio, so come by, stop, say hi, ask questions. You can see my different techniques and how I work. Yeah, feel free, and maybe I'll learn some magic before Saturday, and even maybe pull a rabbit out of the hat. No, can't do that. Okay, well, we'll see. See you on Saturday. Bye.
Hi, I'm Sebastian. I'm a painter and sewist working out of my home studio in Somerville, Massachusetts. I've been painting for over a decade, and in college I found cover illustration. For the last 7 years, I've explored painting more expressively using vibrant colors, abstract forms, and larger canvases. I enjoy the process of mixing